From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
You know what time it is. It is the Friday morning good time edition on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, we'll talk about Chelsea's bet from yesterday and then get into live updates all show long from the Genesis Scottish Open, the precursor to the Open Championship next week. We've got some NBA headlines as well. In 20 minutes, why the NFL and NFLPA suddenly find themselves under some serious scrutiny, what it means for NFL players. At 6:40, why you should or why you should not use artificial intelligence when it comes to gambling. At 7 o'clock, the Commanders continue making all the right moves, but will they go back to using Redskins as the team name? We'll hand out our favorite baseball plays at 7:20, put together our show parlay at 7:40, and then at 8 o'clock, we get a taste of Grant Paulson from 106.7 The Fan here in D.C. Yeah, I know how that sounded, but it's a Friday, so who cares, baby? Also, Best Bets Donkster come your way at 8:40. Chelsea, good morning. How you doing?
Can't wait to get a taste of Grant Paulson.
Delicious.
What do you think he tastes like? You've met him a lot, right? Aren't you guys friends?
Oh, yeah. I know. I've known Grant forever. He's awesome at what he does, and he tastes delicious. You want a little, little bite size of Grant when you want to nibble on something? No, you can't. You can't lose.
Does he smell good? Like, aren't you one of the people that
smells
said like
fantastic.
A very low key like flex is like smelling good when people are like, oh yeah, that person smells good, which is a low key flex.
Yeah, especially when it's 98 degrees or it feels like you're walking on the sun outside. Like everyone smells like, ooh, you've been outside for a while. And you walk by someone, you're like, oh, you actually smell nice. Yeah, it's like a low key, just like something that I feel like is less and less, not noticeable, but less and less prevalent maybe. But yeah, anyone that smells good, I'm like, who doesn't like someone that walks by and they leave you with like a good scent? Especially Grant.
Especially because I feel like it's a hard line to balance because like the people who wear too much cologne, like that's not a good smell either. Like I think I'm very like sensitive to scents. So like I don't really wear anything because honestly I don't really love the smell of like most perfumes and colognes. But there's nothing worse than like I am transported like instantly back to the days of like bars and like the 2000s. Axe body spray. When somebody who is sweaty but has on like a whole gallon of Axe body spray on, you're like, oh brother, this is gonna be a fun encounter.
Well, you don't want it to be like we've all been around someone and they walk in and it like you just hit with like a wall of smells and you're like, oh, okay, like overpowering is one thing, but if you're gonna smell like you want it to be subtle, where if someone's around you're like, oh, you smell nice, and they just kind of hit you the right way, as opposed to, just throwing just a smell at someone like, check out my Axe body spray. God, my BO is amazing today. Like, nobody likes that.
I feel like the best way for me, because again, I like less is more as my approach, is simply using body wash. And I know this sounds like something you should be doing anyway, but I like the manly body wash smells, like Old Spice, Irish Spring. Those are the ones that I like, and I feel like they have some lasting power as well.
So you like this for yourself or just in what you smell from someone else?
Both. I use Irish Spring. That's also like $3.
I was going to say. So you don't mind smelling like Old Spice, like an old sailor, a man from the 1970s?
No, and I think this is like kind of a cult thing for women, is that a lot of women use Old Spice deodorant. Did you know that?
I did not know that. But deodorant is different than aftershave. Because that's what Old Spice is, right? So you're just saying No, I know what Old Spice is. I mean, it's been around forever. I'm just saying that they have, different types of, they have deodorant, they have, aftershave. Like, it's a brand that has different types of products under that brand. Yeah. So I'm just saying, would you just throw on some Old Spice aftershave, or are you just like deodorant only?
I don't think I've ever used aftershave. If that's
why I'm asking. I was like,
do people use this still? Is this a thing?
Here's what I would say. I would say my confusion is that if you generally want to smell good or leave, then that goes beyond just deodorant, right? I mean, I know deodorant's going to have different scents, but if someone can smell me enough where they're smelling my deodorant, then I feel like they got to get in there, So maybe you add something like, just a little spray of aftershave or cologne or something like that.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I think the less is more approach is better. Like, I don't want somebody to smell me from like 6 feet away. Like, I think that's too much, right? Like, I think people should only smell you if they like come in for a hug and they're like, wow, it does smell nice. Like, I like the understated approach.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I do both, right? Like, I go with the deodorant, the antiperspirant, and then also, add like a cologne, but I don't want to just like put it like all over my body or something like that. But what you're saying is you want something very, very subtle.
Yeah, so I just use body wash, which is, in line with my routine for, hygiene, because I really don't do much these days. There are girls that have like 15-step skincare regimes, and I'm like, listen, I use this Irish Spring body wash on my body and my face, and we're done.
Well, I think that whatever works for you. Now, I got to use this transition. Your bet yesterday stunk with how that game ended. It was 1-0 Mets going late into that game, and I thought you had the dub, and then I saw the Orioles make a run late.
What's that TikTok sound? That was rude. That was rude. Have you seen that one?
I have.
I don't even know what it's from, but that's how I felt with this bet. Sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them, but the handicap was there. Like, the Mets are the better team. I do think a trend moving forward is, why are the Mets so bad on the road? Like, we've talked about this before. Their home road splits are so bad. So I don't know if this is something in like the toughness of the team or something with like the optics of the ball field that they play at. But maybe I shouldn't be trusting the Mets on the road as much.
Well, that's all right. It does happen. I was looking at that yesterday, and I thought the same thing, which was, that's a good play. I would have been on that as well, just based on sort of what we know about both teams. But the Orioles have been better lately, and for this week, well, our bets have been pretty solid. You're 2-3, I'm 5-3. The Donkster 1-1. It's a daily tip here on the BetMGM Network. Before we get into the NBA, we got to update you on what is happening across the pond.
What's going on the links? This is the Open Update.
The Scottish Open, before we get to the Open Championship next week. Right now, the American Chris Cutterup has surged into the lead at 8 under par. We've got 4 golfers at 7 under. Matty Schmidt, Victor Perez, Keith Mitchell, and Rory McIlroy, who continues to move up the leaderboard, and at one time was tied for the lead before Cutterup went an extra stroke under par. Then we've got Xander Schauffele, Marco Penge, Seb Straka, Jake Knapp, and Nico Echevarria, each tied for 6th. Wyndham Clark tees off at 8:21 this morning. Scotty Scheffler tees off at 8:43. Clark 4 under, Scheffler 3 under. Rory is your current favorite at plus 450. Scotty Scheffler is plus 550. Goddard plus 750. And Straka at 11-1. I was off yesterday. Did you place a golf bet at all? Or what was your just, sort of top-down analysis?
Well, I didn't bet on it, but we watched the highlights at our house. I was eating breakfast, and I said, sweetie, you can watch some golf if you want. Oh, it's already over, Chelsea. It's time to watch the highlights. So we went to YouTube, and so we watched some Scotty Scheffler highlights yesterday. And so the first highlight is him eagling the first hole. Like, no big deal. I was like, oh my gosh, I should have known. The literal name of the tournament is the Scottish Open, and his name is Scotty Scheffler. I was like, this has to be his tournament, right? So he looked really good on the first few holes. I think it was 3 under through the first 3 holes. So off to a great start. But now the story is Rory, because this tournament obviously feels overnight to us because it is across the pond. But the big story today is Rory McIlroy, and it's not for his haircut. Jenks, you weren't here yesterday, but we were kind of dunking on him for his old hair. Do yourself a favor, look it up real quick and tell me your thoughts, because it's giving like Matt Kuchar vibes, where it's real short.
Okay.
Like it's like a one. You know when you get your hair buzzed?
The guard,
it's like a one. And it's like salt and pepper, and it's just not very flattering. So I'm glad that this is no longer the headline attached to Rory. Instead, we're saying, hey, Rory's playing well, instead of, wow, Rory looks old.
Well, yesterday obviously I was off when I was looking at some headlines. I saw when I was scrolling through my feed, I saw Rory McIlroy's new haircut turns heads, and I was like, I'm not falling for that. Nope, I'm not doing it. But apparently it is pretty significant. So yeah, I'm trying to think if I've ever had a buzz cut. No, I would look terrible with a buzz cut. But I understand when you get older, like your hair starts changing and getting more wiry in addition to obviously graying, so it becomes a little less easy to style. I'm glad we're all over how you should style your hair, the deodorant you should wear, just how you should get ready in the morning. We're all about it here on the Daily Tip, but I will say that is pretty significant.
Yeah, I was basically doing a get ready with me while I was talking about the Scottish Open earlier. I was like, can I put my lipstick on? Because you know what they don't have enough of get ready with me? Scottish Open videos. It feels like the same demographic, right?
Yeah.
The Scottish Open. But I feel like for Rory, this is frustrating to me because he has hair. Like, he has a good hairline. It looks like he has thick hair and he just cut it all off. Like, what I think Justin Rose has this like same type of hair where it's like salt and pepper, but it looks good because he has thick hair. So Rory, like, that's my one word of advice. Not that he's asking, because listen, he is dialed in. Like, I know we're talking about his hair, but he's looking really good right now. And of course, he was one of the favorites going into this tournament, and I believe he is the favorite to win the Open. Maybe him or Scottie Scheffler. So that's why we're paying attention to the Scottish Open. I know it's the doldrums of summer, and some people are like, oh, what are they doing the Scottish Open? But listen, this is the tune-up championship, the tune-up tournament for the Open Championship next week. Usually, if you can dial it in on Link Style Golf in this one, it's a pretty good precursor to success at the Open Championship. So that's why we're paying attention.
No doubt about it. Roy, again, your favorite at plus 450. Scottie Scheffler not on the course yet. We have to wait a couple hours for that at plus 550. In the NBA, the big news yesterday, Jalen Williams, the stud Thunder superstar, gets an extension from Oklahoma City. He and the team agreed to a 5-year, $287 million rookie max extension. In 2024, 21.6 points, just more than 5 rebounds, 5 assists per game. Already has 2 seasons with at least 100 three-pointers, and such a great all-around player, a member of the NBA's all-defensive second team as well. So it was just less than 2 weeks ago that the Thunder agreed to a max extension with SGA, $285 million over 4 years. They are the favorites to win the NBA title at plus 275. But now they've got to sign Chet Holmgren at one point. This will be interesting to watch because we know about that second apron in the NBA, which is very punitive. Once you get past that, it makes it very difficult to maneuver, be it via the draft or a sign and trade, something like that. But this is what comes with great success in any sport, and particularly at this level in the NBA, is you have to be very mindful about that apron or the different aprons, and they will have a decision to make at some point when they're trying to sign Chet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the difficult line that most championship teams face. But I will say the benefit that the Thunder have is that I think these guys being so young, I think you can justify these huge contracts because, it feels like they're not even in the prime of their careers, which is crazy to say about somebody like SGA. But remember when we remarked about, the average age of the Thunder, I think, is younger than the average age of the Auburn Tigers basketball team this year.
So dumb.
Like, that's how young they could have been. A college team. So it's a good thing, and I do think, it does feel like a lot of money, but obviously it is very warranted. Nobody is sitting here and saying, oh, the Thunder would have won a championship without Jalen Williams. Absolutely not. He had some massive games, including, what was that one he scored like 40 in? So he's a huge part of their success as well.
Oh, absolutely. And remember, he's also not been healthy the entire time, so he had a lot of his, growth in the NBA stunted somewhat just because the more games you play, the more experience you get, the better you can be. So you take that into account, it's something. They have all these guys. They are unbelievable. And they're going to be good for a long time. You hear Dynasty thrown around a lot. And you know what? It's not At this point, I don't think it's necessarily overstating like how good the Thunder can be. If there's a team that can run it back again and again, like it's this team. I'm not the first person to say this, but you can just tell with all the talent they have.
Oh, absolutely. So, and the style of basketball that they play, the defense is so good. The depth is certainly there. And they're headlined by a very consistent superstar who, oh, by the way, was the MVP of the league last year in SGA.
Yeah, he happens to be pretty good. Those Thunder, man, they are no joke. And we just knew it was going to happen. So to see it come to fruition is, I wouldn't say rewarding. It's just we all saw it, and then here we are, Oklahoma City, your world champions. Coming up on the show, one former NFL superstar appears to be moving on, while another member of the NFLPA refuses to go anywhere. Football next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show on a Friday. It's the Friday morning good time edition. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up with the show, we used to be all about Taylor Swift, but now we've fully transitioned into Sydney Sweeney. Thank God. We'll talk about that and what's going on now between the NFL and the NFLPA. What's going on in Nashville? Because during the break, I didn't have time to hear the story, and I want to hear the story about you ordered a potion kit for Blake. It's never too early to teach your kid how to, mix up a little cyanide in case someone gets in the way of her hopes and dreams.
Well, this was a 20-piece fairy potion kit. So cyanide, I don't think was one of the potions. But Blake's real into science these days. So we've been doing all kinds of science experiments, which means we pay $15 for a science kit that's a bunch of junk. And they're like, drop this marble, see how it bounces, write down your results. And you're like, oh my God. And listen, my daughter's 5. So she's not doing the experiments. I am doing the experiments while she watches. So this is not how I envisioned my summer going, is doing a bunch of science experiments. But I ordered this potion kit because it looked cool. It was on sale. It was Prime Day or whatever. Mm-hmm. And it said it got delivered to our doorstep, but there was no picture. And I said, this is not on our doorstep. We checked every door of our house. There is no potion kit. There is no box. So I'm thinking that they delivered it to one of the other houses, across the street or something. And I just imagine a 56-year-old man, looking at these beakers and this is the coolest potion kit ever. I want to be a fairy. So I don't know who is messing with our potion kit, but I hope the dark forces of karma get to you. And I hope one of those potions spills all over your lap.
Yeah, and I hope it burns a hole right through whatever you're wearing and teaches you a lesson. Oh, yeah. I hate when that happens, too, when you have that happens a lot in the city. Fortunately, we've been pretty lucky overall because we've been here in D.C. for 10 years, but there's nothing worse than having a package delivered to our doorstep. I mean, we live in the city, so there were people, not constantly, but on a pretty regular basis during the day, walking by on the sidewalk. So when you've just got a package sitting there on someone's stoop, our stoop for our building, it's so easy just to walk by and grab it if they don't actually deliver it inside. And we've totally had that happen.
See, I don't think it got to our doorstep, though. I think they just gave it to the wrong house. And that's never happened to us. I will say, the one time it has, our neighbor on the other side, we know, is one of my friends. She'll usually bring it over to me, but it's not on their doorstep. I looked. So I don't know. Have you ever had this happen where somebody out of the goodness of their heart was like, hey, this came to our house? That's what I'm hoping is going to happen.
Yeah. I always try to do that. That happens to us, from time to time. But that is a good feeling when someone does that for you or you do it in the reverse. It's hey, I got this. This obviously is yours, so I'm going to leave it here. So that's always maybe that will happen, Maybe today after the show, you'll get a knock on the door and boom, potion, poof. There's your potion kit right there.
Well, I hope that somebody opens it and they're like, wow, I don't think I ordered a 20-piece fairy potion kit. It's not one of those things where somebody's like, oh, this could have been something I ordered. No, it's very, very specific.
Well, what did I order? I had to order some makeup because, look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I don't put a little something on with these bright lights as wide as I am. I was like, oh, I need to get something just some powder to put on my face. So I ordered it, and I got a notification on Saturday night at 10 p.m. Oh, your order's here. I'm like, who's delivering my package at 10 p.m. on a Saturday? I looked around, there's nothing there, and I was like, well, you know what? Whoever took it, hope you enjoy that makeup, that powder that you got for your face. And then 2 days later, it showed up. I'm like, I don't know why this was marked as delivered on a Saturday, but it's the Postal Service, so, What do you expect? What do we expect next from Tom Brady, Chelsea? Because apparently he's moved on from Sydney Sweeney. Now he's been seen with Sofia Vergara at brunch. Now, I mentioned Sydney Sweeney because it was at the Jeff Bezos, Lauren Sanchez wedding. Wasn't it Orlando Bloom and Tom Brady? And they were all just kind of walking around Sydney Sweeney, just kind of hanging on. Yeah, what are you doing? I'm right here. Take your pick. Hollywood star, NFL legend. So that was kind of a lot of speculation. But now it looks like Tommy has moved on And, God, he's at brunch because he was celebrating. You talk about rich people stuff. The new Ritz-Carlton yacht luminary. There's nothing better. I love when the Ritz-Carlton opens up a new yacht and I get the invite. It's just so wonderful when that happens. So Page Six also reports that Brady and Vergara have been spending time together in Ibiza as well. So once again, as is always the case, Tom Brady is living his best life.
It feels like this is a perfect matchup for him because it's way more age appropriate. I think Sofia Vergara is either in her 40s or 50s. But here's the thing. They have a very common joint interest, and that is delaying aging. Because Sofia Vergara, I have followed her career a lot because I watched Modern Family, and she is amazing in Modern Family. She is so funny. She's so hot, and she's great for the role in Modern Family. But she's gone on the record and said, I will get whatever surgery and whatever procedure I need to look like I'm 35 forever. Who does that sound like? That sounds like what Tom Brady is doing. Even though Tom Brady has not talked about his procedures, he's definitely getting something done. So I don't know how long this relationship will last, but I do think they have a very common interest there where I'm sitting there thinking, okay, they're probably just talking about like what eye cream they're using this day. So I feel like they have a lot in common.
Yeah. Wow, I'd love to be a fly on the wall there. Oh, Tom, you've got to just tap the crow's feet. You don't want to rub too much. I mean, that sort of pressure on your skin can age you over time. Just tap the eye cream in. And he's like, I don't know why I've never thought of that. That's such a good idea. God, I love you. Oh, man. But you're right, though. I mean, that's it. If you're both really into that, and they both really are, I mean, by their own admission, then, I mean, that will be something that can bond them together, at least for now.
I also feel like it's one of those relationships that it's almost too perfect. Like this feels very comparable to like J-Lo and A-Rod, where again, they're both like super fit, super into their appearance, super successful. Same with Sofia Vergara and Tom Brady. So I don't know if it's going to work out, but it does feel like it makes a lot of sense. I wonder if their people set them up. Because I always wonder how dating in Hollywood works, where I think a lot of publicists are involved. So like if somebody's like announcing they're single or you see their divorce headlines, you're like, publicist, get me a meetup with Tom Brady. So I wonder who did the arranging here.
I don't know. But these things I feel like happen all the time. Like it'll be good for both of you. You'll enjoy it. You'll be in the headlines, and staying relevant in Hollywood is obviously just part of the game, right? You always want to be people or want to have people talking about what you're doing, what's next for you, who you're dating, all of that. And there's certainly celebrities that lean into that. A relationship that is not going so well right now is the NFL and the NFLPA, because it has been revealed that the head of the NFL Players Association, Lloyd Howell Jr., is also working as a paid part-time consultant at the Carlyle Group. You're like, what's the big deal? The Carlyle Group is one of a very small group of NFL-approved private equity firms now seeking a minority stake in the NFL. So there's already an issue between the NFLPA and the NFL colluding with each other to limit the amount of guaranteed contracts that are awarded to players. They reportedly did this right after the Deshaun Watson contract, didn't tell the players about it. And now you've got a president of the NFLPA who is supposed to have your best interests, the players' best interests at heart, and he's also getting paid by the NFL. This is a conflict of interest as clear as day. And also, Lloyd Howell Jr. got paid $3.4 million last year by the NFLPA. They're paying him millions of dollars every year to represent the best interests of NFL players. He was asked to step down. He's like, no, I'm not going to. Like, if I'm a player in the National Football League, I would be livid right now because I wouldn't trust this guy.
Yeah, it feels like the Players Association for the NFL is one of the weakest ones of any sport, right? And I don't know if it's because the window of playing time is so short for NFL players that they like don't want to strike. But you work with a ton of former NFL players. Have they said anything about this? Like, what are their thoughts on the strength of the NFLPA? Because I feel like, obviously the collusion stuff is a new thing. But I feel like we have heard other things about the Players Association, whether it's, getting insurance for guys who get hurt, and then get cut swiftly. Like you've heard horror stories about like guys will get hurt playing in the NFL and then they cut them and it's like, hey, I don't have any health insurance. What have the players said? Have they said anything to you about this? Have you guys talked about it?
I haven't had direct conversations with players about this specific issue, but I will say what I think I can say pretty confidently is that over time, I think players believe, and we see this, where players just aren't adequately represented the way they should be. They just don't get what they should from an organization that is worth billions and billions of dollars. Like, I feel like, I hate to say this, but I feel like we see this in government right now, where you have the people with the power, they have billions of dollars, and because of that, they have the advantage because of the power and because of the money. So when you have another group that comes to the table that is trying to negotiate or at least be represented in a way where they get their fair share, they end up walking away, generally not getting a fair cut. And the fact that Lloyd Howell won't walk away is really disturbing. Same thing we see right now in government, where you have people who are clearly, if not being unlawful, being unethical, and nobody does anything about it. Like, if I'm the NFL players here, and I know the easy comeback or the easy response would be, well, these guys are worth millions of dollars. Some of them, most NFL players don't make this kind of money. Most NFL players have a career of 3.5 years. They're cut, they're gone, they made some money, and it's over. They got to find a job. And then down the line, they need health benefits because of the violence in the NFL, and they don't get them, or they're very lackluster, or they're not taken care of. They're thrown away. So, yeah, there are some guys that are fine. A lot of these guys are just trying to make a way. And so those are the players you really need to worry about, and it's really disturbing when you have someone who says, oh, I got you. I'm going to represent you here. And then, oh, by the way, I also work for the organization with whom we're negotiating.
And I think it's because of those players that you mentioned that have such a short career is why the NFL players don't want to strike. Because think about it. If you're 25 and you only have a few years and you're a fringy player, do you want to sit out, for the greater good? Like, I think it's a tough question. I think a lot of us would sit here and say, oh, I would sit out for the greater good. But when it's your career and your only time to do it, like, I see, both sides. I just think it's really difficult, to contrast it with other sports where I feel like baseball's Players Association is really, really strong. And it's because, the leadership is really good. I think it's a lot of, current players who are very involved with the process. And it's guys who are very vocal and will go to bat, pun intended, for a lot of these guys who aren't making millions of dollars.
Yeah, it's corruption. It really is. You can sit here and say, I don't know what I don't know what Lloyd Howell's response to this would be, but he's already told us what he thinks by not doing anything at all, which is not stepping down. So if you're a player, how in the world can you look at your leader and believe he has your best interests at heart? You can't. And I thought this was a great quote yesterday from Jim Quinn. He is the former NFLPA lead counsel, was in that role for 25 years. And he was asked about this, and he said, the relationship between a labor organization and the employer organization is an adversarial, by definition, relationship. And as a result, as a leader, you have to be absolutely clear and clean as to having not even the appearance of conflict. So this isn't just the appearance of conflict. It is conflict. He's getting paid by the NFL. So it's not like, this doesn't look right. It's like, no, it's not right. Like, he's getting paid by the very organization that he's trying to negotiate with. So how are the players supposed to believe, we definitely got a good deal here? And there's already been collusion between the two sides where they're limiting the amount of money that players can make, or at least guaranteed money. So we've already seen an example of this. If I were the players, I would be livid, and I really hate it when there's strikes or the potential of a strike in any sport. But the current CBA runs through 2030. So, that's a long ways off. But if you see this continuing to become a problem in the NFL, if I'm a player, if they have that possibility, if they can organize in the right way, I would think about stepping away for a while and making sure the NFL comes to the table with a fair offer.
Especially because it doesn't just affect, the guys who are only in the league for a few years. Based on some of these allegations, it could have affected the Kyler Murray deal, the Lamar Jackson deal, the Russell Wilson deal. And those are some of the big names in the NFL. If those guys started trying to get their power together, they could probably make a difference.
Imagine getting paid $3.4 million a year for someone that you cannot believe in because of their connections with the NFL. It's unbelievable. Coming up next in the show, some people use AI to help make their wagers. Others use it to get engaged. We're going to focus on the former. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Friday morning good time edition. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up here on the show, how much do you trust AI when it comes to sports betting, and how could it change the sports betting landscape? We will talk about that. Before we do, Chelsea, how about we head across the pond?
What's going on the links? This is the Open Update.
Well, here we go. Chris Cutterup, the American, continues to just push up the leaderboard. He is now your outright leader at 9 under par. 7 under through 12 at the Genesis Scottish Open. Harry Hall in second all by himself at 8 under. Then we have Matty Schmidt, Victor Perez, and Rory McIlroy all sitting at 7 under par. Seb Straka is 6 under, not on the course just yet. He'll take the course at 8:32, and he is also tied with Keith Mitchell and Marco Pinge, all at 6 under. If you're wondering about Xander Schauffele, he has fallen back a little bit. He is at -5, tied for 14th. Scotty Scheffler gets on the course at 8:43 our time. He is at 3 under. And Rory McIlroy continues to be your favorite at BetMGM at, let me check the odds right now. Actually, he has fallen into a tie with Scotty Scheffler at +550. So we've seen a lot of movement early on. And Rory and his new haircut making a charge along with Chris Cutterup, who is a guy I did not expect to be talking about this morning.
Yeah, Cutterup. I barely know her. But I think the surprising part is that he's also American, or got her up, I should have said. Because usually for the Scottish Open, you expect a lot of people from Europe to be in contention. And there are a lot of guys on the leaderboard who are from across the pond because it's links style golf. So usually this is not the style of golf that Americans are used to. Sometimes it takes a bit of an adjustment because, you know, it's weird, like, you know, hilly greens that you have to putt on and, you know, you have to deal with the wind. So a lot of guys do this just as a tune-up for the Open. But Harry Hall is making a charge, which I don't even know where he's from, but he has like the most amazing hat on in his picture. It's like one of those newsboy, like Bryson DeChambeau hats. I love those. But we'll see if Rory can get his act together, because I think for him, it's just putting together a great weekend of golf before the Open Championship, because it does feel like all the stars are aligning for him to possibly win the Open, because obviously, like, this is his style of golf. He has had a really good year. Now the pressure's off for him to win the Grand Slam. So I think that's the main thing to watch for this weekend, is how does Rory play? Obviously, Scotty Scheffler, you always keep an eye on him because he is always a threat to win at any given moment. But it does look like the conditions are pretty scoreable. Like, we're already at 9 under for a couple of these guys.
Yeah.
So we'll see how the conditions continue to play, because I don't know that much about Scotland, but I do know that the weather can change on a dime. At least that's my, theory, or at least that's the stereotype that you hear about some of the weather over there.
No, it's absolutely true, because you're always sort of close to a coastline and everything's undulating. Then you have the pot bunkers that are different than what these players normally see in the States, and crosswinds as well. So, yeah, the weather can affect you like that when you're playing overseas. So you're absolutely right about that, and we'll continue to have updates for you throughout the morning here on the Daily Tip. So, artificial intelligence in gambling. Of course, as artificial intelligence continues to evolve and change, we're seeing more and more gamblers start to use artificial intelligence in some areas, if they can, to help with their sports wagering. And there has been a lot written about the benefits and also the things that are not so beneficial when it comes to AI, because as helpful as it can be, it can also be very dangerous, right? Because you're talking about a very high-end, clearly, level of intelligence that can manipulate if the operators or the people who are responsible for that intelligence manipulate it in a certain way. Do you use AI for betting advice? Have you tried this? Have you dabbled in this at all?
Well, I don't think that it'll answer like direct questions about games.
That's
Like,
right.
I'm pretty sure if you ask it, hey, who's going to win this game, it won't give you a direct answer. But I think that even before AI, like, we already have a lot of information at our fingertips just simply because of the internet. So I don't think it's necessarily AI, but especially in baseball, there is a wealth of knowledge and stats that are already out there because baseball is such a statistical based sport. And we're even seeing other sports kind of pick up on this where they have like the stat cast of like, I think football does like the next gen stats. So I don't know how much it transfers into football because I do think there's more predictability for baseball based on stats. But it's one of those things that's definitely worth paying attention to because as a bettor, you should be trying to use every single tool that is available to you. But I think for AI is making those conclusions. Like, I think it's good for gathering information. Like, you can ask it very specific questions like, hey, like the Mets, what are the splits for the Mets, home and road? And like, what do they do in this month as opposed to that month? Or, who has the best chance at, having a good day at the plate today? What are the previous numbers against this pitcher? But as far as like making conclusions, I think I will leave that to my human self.
Yes, I'm kind of the same way. And you're absolutely right. If you put in, hey, what's your pick today? What side do you like? The chatbot that you're talking to is not going to give you that answer. But you can. It is a great tool for gathering a lot of information quickly. So if you want, like you were talking about, whether it's splits, whether it's trends, whether it's asking about a particular player, then, I mean, that has nothing to do with gambling. In a vacuum, right? You can just go into the numbers and say, oh, what do I want to learn here? What do I want to learn here? Let me gather this information. And then once you do that, you say, all right, now that I've used AI to help me, now I've got all of this information. How can I put this together and apply it to make an educated bet? Would you trust Grok for betting advice? I mean, you have choices here. You want to trust Grok? I think I might, just wait a beat before I trust that guy again.
Yeah, so Grok's in a bit of hot water. I never thought I'd see the day where an AI chatbot would get canceled, but it feels like we're on the precipice of it because this headline just makes me laugh every time. Elon Musk trumpets smartest AI at Grok 4 launch after its Nazi meltdown.
Hey, Grok, who do you like today between, I don't know, the Blue Jays and the A's? Hitler.
The Germans.
Oh, well, you know what? That wasn't even a choice, Grok. How about you tighten it up and then we'll talk in like a few years. My God. I mean,
how does this happen? Like, you're a big AI guy, so I thought that it would be interesting to hear your opinion. So I think, what was he trying to do? Was he trying to like make a woke or what's the opposite of woke? Like the right side leaning? I don't even know the right terms. But what was the object in trying to get this chatbot to like have a leaning?
Well, I think this is where when you hear about the regulation of artificial intelligence, this is why it's really important because there's this idea that is completely false. The idea that the information being fed into AI is completely objective. I mean, you can manipulate a chatbot to tell you what you want, tell the bot what you want to disseminate, the information that you want it to put out to the public. It's just like that guy we were talking about where he took a chatbot and programmed it to flirt with him. And so this wasn't a natural interaction that developed into a flirtation. On the back end, he had programmed it to give the guy feedback that he wanted to hear. So if you have someone manipulating AI, and anyone can manipulate AI and say, you know what, I want you to lean this way. I want you to lean this way. I'm going to program you to disseminate information that tries to influence the user in this way. Then it becomes very, very dangerous. Like, who is in control of this artificial intelligence and what is their motivation? That is very crucial, which is why you have people calling for regulation, and which is why things like this happen because, look, Elon Musk has a history of saying things that are anti-Semitic. He is the owner of the very company that produces Grok. Do you think this is a random occurrence? No, it's absolutely in line with things that we've seen before. So it's not surprising that of all the chatbots out there. It just happens to be Grok that suddenly goes on some sort of anti-Semitic tirade. It's not a coincidence. So that's why, whether it's betting or anything else, you have to be very careful about what you're taking in and how you process that, because the motivations of the innovators of AI don't necessarily have your best interests at heart.
Well, as always, you need to always consider the source.
Yes.
And I feel like this is a very underrated characteristic and skill that people just don't have anymore. Like, even as a human, you need this skill, because think about it like from a sports angle. If you are reading an article that is by somebody who does like a podcast for the team, and, you know, sometimes we see this. Sometimes humans have biases. And sometimes people who are really close to the team start to go native. And so you need to say, did their training camp really look good? Or is this guy just kind of brainwashed by like being around all these people all the time and being friends with some of the players? And the same goes with, you know, whatever domain it is, where it's like, okay, do I trust this source? Because some of these sources that used to be trustworthy now are run by like, you know, they have AI that's writing sports articles. I think like Sports Illustrated has delved into that. I saw something on like Newsweek the other day where I'm like, what happened to journalism? Yeah. So I feel like as a human, that is your job, to make sure the source is credible and to make sure there are no biases that go into it. And I guess the same applies to choosing an AI chatbot with which to interact.
Well, for sure. And when it comes to sports wagering in particular, like AI can be used in a couple of ways, right? So you can use that intelligence to potentially identify a gambler who might be showing early signs of addiction. And so what is this chatbot going to do? Is it going to say, I've acknowledged these early signs, let's do something about this to prevent an addiction from happening? Or will it go to the other side and say, maybe there's a way to manipulate this person and get them addicted and have them bet more money? So that's why whoever's operating these different machines needs to be very careful. And again, why regulation is such a big deal, because you want people to be safe. Coming up next here on the show, could the Commanders really end up becoming the Redskins again? One NFL expert certainly thinks so. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on a Friday here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, we will start by talking about the Commanders. And we know they're finally back to being what looks like a good football team, but could they really be changing their name again? We'll discuss that in this segment. Then at 7:20, it's on to our daily baseball bets. Then it's a Friday, and so it means it's time to shoot for some big plus money on the card. The show parlay comes your way at 7:40. Plus, we'll pepper in some updates from across the pond at the Scottish Open. It's all coming up next on the Daily Tip. All right, Jenks, I feel like we all know somebody that feels like a deeply unserious person. Okay. Usually these people are like funny people. We see this with comedians sometimes. Well, here I feel like is a great example of that. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe John C. Reilly is actually a very serious person. But if you've seen him in Step Brothers, if you've seen him in Talladega Nights, like he's a funny guy. And he's one of those guys that it doesn't even feel like it's the jokes. It's like the mannerisms. So he did this the other day at a baseball game. So he was throwing out the first pitch at a Tigers game. And first of all, you need to see the outfit that he was wearing. Like he had on the Tigers uniform. He had on what looked to be white baseball pants, black socks, black shoes that look like you wear to like a work function. And so he took this opportunity to sing happy birthday to one of his friends, which happens to be Jack White of the White Stripes.
Happy birthday to you. Come on, Detroit. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday to
All right, so I think we've all been in the position of being surprised by somebody singing happy birthday to us. Usually it's at like a Chili's or something. But can you imagine being in front of a crowd of like 20,000 people and this happens? I feel like I would absolutely hate this.
I mean, I feel like that. I think it depends on who's singing to you. If John C. Reilly, and here's the thing, if you're a celebrity and another celebrity is singing to you, you probably don't look at it that way, right? Because you're like, we're friends, like we're both celebrities, so whatever. So it's probably like a friend trying to embarrass you. But if John C. Reilly is singing to me, I'd be like, I'm embarrassed, but also this is pretty awesome. Do you know what I mean? It's a story you can tell. It's a core memory. Whereas for these guys, it's just one guy kind of giving another guy a hard time, trying to embarrass him a little bit. So it probably depends on who you are. But on the norm, I would not want people singing happy birthday to me. I'd be like, oh, God, I don't want all this attention on me right now at all.
I think that's the worst feeling is when you see the like servers come rounding the corner and like, happy birthday. You're like, oh, God, I really have to go to the bathroom. Can I just leave? But I love when I see this about funny guys or like comedians where it feels like they are true to like their characters. Yeah. Like, you know, when you see Will Ferrell go on like the Tonight Show or whatever, dressed as like a huge baby or something, or like the Little Debbie character from Little Debbie, like cupcakes or whatever. It's so funny to me. So I don't know John C. Reilly personally, but this was just a funny moment. And I definitely have a soft spot in my heart for like Step Brothers, for Talladega Nights.
Yeah.
It's just, he's one of those guys that are just funny. Like you can look at his face and it makes you laugh.
Like this is an old clip, and I know I'm probably going to be the only person on this show who understands this reference, but there is a very famous sort of old school kind of lounge singer named Robert Goulet. And back in the days when Conan O'Brien was doing his late night show on NBC, Will Ferrell would dress up like Robert Goulet and would do a whole segment as this guy. And some people knew who he was. Some people didn't. He used to do this on SNL, too. There's a very famous skit.
Right. I saw it on SNL.
Yeah. Robert Goulet talking to, like, a deer, but the deer is mounted. Like, it's not a real deer, right? It's just been stuffed. So, and he goes on Conan, and he does the entire interview as Robert Goulet. And it's so funny because you keep waiting, and he's dressed up. Like, you keep waiting for him to break and just give an interview, and he never does it. And then he sings a song. And I love that sort of commitment where he's like, you know what? I don't really care. I think this is funny, and I'm going to do it. And it's really fantastic comedy. And I feel like John C. Reilly is another one of those guys. I mean, he and Will Ferrell have the same sensibilities where they're going to commit to something, and they really don't care whether or not everybody gets it, but they think it's funny, so they're going to do it.
Well, it's also funny to me because when I think of Jack White, I think all of those memes of him looking miserable at baseball games. Like, do you know what I'm talking about? Like, there's a very famous one of him at a Cubs game where he's just like, I know we're on radio, but he looks really miserable. And he has like this black hair, so he looks like goth, and he just looks really, unhappy to be there. So I just imagine him with that face. John C. Reilly is singing happy birthday. And it makes it all that much more funny. All right, so let's do a little look in at the Scottish Open before we get to some of our other stories.
What's going on the links? This is the Open Update.
All right, and as I quickly refresh my browser and see if anything has changed, Chris Gotterup, the American, still leads through 14 at 11 under par. Harry Hall is at 9 under. And then tied for third, we have 4 golfers, Matt Schmidt, Kevin Yu, Matt Fitzpatrick, and Rory, making a nice little charge today. He's at 7 under through 12, still has some holes to go. But obviously that's going to be the big storyline that everybody is watching to see how Rory plays a week before the Open Championship. And Jenks, from previous conversations, I think the Open is your favorite golf tournament, is it not?
Totally my favorite. I love it. I love watching links golf. I think it's so fascinating. And I know in the States, it's the Masters is definitely the favorite tournament by far. But if you ask the world golf community, it's the Open Championship. And so obviously it has to do with, what you grew up playing, what you grew up watching. But I think links golf, and it would probably be, probably if the tables were turned and I watched links golf all the time, and then I suddenly watched a tournament at Augusta, I might be like, wow, this is so different than what I'm used to watching. But I just think it's such a different type of golf. And of course, golf originated in Europe, overseas, on courses like this. So I feel like you're almost going back in time and seeing the sport how it was originally played, as opposed to, courses that have been built and designed, and nothing wrong with that. But I feel like it's just more of a stripped down version of the initial version of the sport itself. And when the weather is always a factor. Like one day you can have perfect conditions, and then the next day it's like pouring and there's winds coming in from across the sea and guys are battling. It's a real true test of skill, and it's also a different test than a lot of these golfers are accustomed to. So yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it's a nice little throwback. I wonder if other sports would ever do this, where if they played an NBA game with what was it? An apple basket? What was the original game of
Peach
basketball?
basket. They're gonna go up and get the ball out. It doesn't go through. Let's get the stick and get the ball out after every basket. Oh, that'd be something.
Yeah, that, and the other thing, the other thought I have while watching this is it feels like. Do you remember playing putt-putt on those holes that have the rolling hills? And you watch your ball go up and down into the clown's mouth or whatever. That's what it feels like. Because usually on American courses, we don't have that many hills. Like there's slopes, but there's not hills, while you're putting. So watching that, I'm like transported back to the days when I'm playing putt-putt as like an 8-year-old.
Yeah, it just keeps going. You're like, how long is this ball going to roll? And it'll just go and go and go and go. And then it'll find like a certain, undulation on the fairway and just keep going. And sometimes it's a perfect shot and then, roll to the left based on, just sort of something that it hits along the way. It's just, it's tough to get up in that butt crack of dawn to watch the Open Championship, but it's worth it.
Yeah, it's definitely cool. And obviously, if you're awake listening right now, maybe you'd be interested. All right, you might be interested in this next story, James, because obviously you are in the nation's capital. You work for the Commanders, but Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk suggests that the Redskins name could possibly come back, which is wild for me to hear because it would be one thing if the Commanders were still bad and they're like, listen, we got to do something to stir up some good karma for us. But like, bringing back the Redskins, as somebody who is like pretty close to the situation, do you think this is even a small possibility?
Here's what I think. And Mike Florio's article had nothing to do with any sort of inside information. I think there are two things going on here because I was thinking about this yesterday. And so we're trying to reconcile them, right? Number one is Josh Harris himself, the owner of the team, has come out and said, we're not changing the name. We're not going to do it. He said that just a few weeks ago. Now, if he planned on changing the name, why would he reveal that? Why would he even say, because this is going to require, if it does happen, a lot of moving parts. That's the one thing. It's not just, let's change the name. You would have to reach out to different groups. You would have to have some sort of trial balloon as far as what does the public think about this. You would have to have discussions with Native Americans, how they feel about it. And then also there's an issue with the District of Columbia. Would there be certain concessions that would be maybe withheld? Because that was an issue before with Dan Snyder. People forget that I believe D.C.'s mayor, Muriel Bowser, said, you're not coming back to D.C. unless you change the name to Commanders, not keeping the name Redskins. So there's a lot of things that are fluid there. So it's not as simple as I think some people make it out to be. At the same time, I think what we're all seeing and all sensing is that everything is trending in that direction, right? Where, okay, you have a team now that very possibly, I think probably, is going to move back to the RFK Stadium site. It's been approved at the federal level. Now D.C. needs to vote on it, and that is coming together. You have a team that is now using not even throwbacks, this Super Bowl era type of uniforms that they revealed, which are chef's kiss, perfect, right? Now you have the adults in charge, an ownership group that knows what it is doing, that has a generational quarterback. Everything is pointing towards the next step, the next logical step is choosing Redskins as the team name again. So I think we're all seeing it trend towards that. The problem is that the owner himself has said it's not going to happen, but that can change. So it's like right there. Like we all feel like it's going to happen. And I think there is a possibility just because the ownership group is so different from Dan Snyder, despite the fact that they have denied it up to this point. So I think the more I think about it, I think it might be a possibility. But it's going to take some time, and it's going to be, I think it could. I think it could. We're trending in that direction, but it's not going to be as easy as flipping a switch.
That's definitely not the answer I thought you were going to say, which is crazy. Because as somebody who is a casual outsider, I do not live in D.C. I did not grow up watching the Redskins, so I don't know if I know the true, depth of like what the name actually means. But as somebody who's an outsider, I say to myself, okay, this name feels offensive to people. So are all of these hoops worth it?
Well, I think that is the question. And I know, and this is where it gets really tricky, right? Because the name itself, by definition, is a slur, okay? I mean, it just is. You can look it up.
Right.
So I'm not just, this is not a political viewpoint. It is.
Yeah.
Now, the counter argument to that is people would say, well, I never thought of it that way. I never thought of it that way growing up. I never even realized. Does that make it okay? Not really. But I think there is some room now for two things. It is different when you have a guy like Dan Snyder in charge who's just a bad human being. Like, you don't trust him with anything. So he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. If you have the Josh Harris ownership group, which includes guys like Magic Johnson, who you trust, who are good people, and they reach out to the right organizations and get the blessing of organizations or people that care about this via concessions or negotiations, are talking about how we can honor you, then you can come to a consensus in a way that isn't cherry picking a guy. Didn't Dan Snyder pick a guy who wasn't actually Native American to represent his case? Like, you can't do that. You have to reach out in good faith. If there's any group that's going to do it, I think it's this group. And because of the people in charge, that's why I think it is a possibility.
It's really interesting to hear you say that. All right, coming up next, we've got our baseball bets. Always coming to you on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is a Friday feel-good edition or something or another, what Jenks always says. On a Friday, it is July 11th. In a few minutes, we will get to our favorite baseball plays of the day. Friday usually means a big card. Will we bet on all of these games? I will say this, Jenks. The Rockies finally did not burn us on Wednesday. And I know you were gone yesterday, but I feel like that takes a moment of gratitude. Thank you, baseball betting gods, for letting the Rockies not best us for like the 5th time this year. We finally fully faded them, and we got our way.
I needed that. I checked scores late when we finally got back to the hotel room after going to the concert and then going out and having drinks afterwards. And I was like, I'll check the other games I bet on later. I need a dub in this game. And it came up, and I was like, that's the kind of night I needed, just one time. So now I'm back on the fading the Rockies train after saying I wasn't going to bet on them. But now I'm going to continue to fade them because all I needed was that little dub.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Do you walk away from the table now? I think this is one of the hardest things in all of betting, from a larger view, is when you do something finally and you finally are up, like, do you stay at the table or do you walk away? Because I think this is how Vegas gets people, that people don't want to go to a table. And as fun as it is to sit down in the first 5 minutes and win a bunch of money, like, do you want to stop gambling for the rest of the weekend? It's tough.
Oh, it's so tough. Especially because, as I always say, which is the right way to look at it, you go for the experience, right? You want to enjoy the ride. But also, when you're up, it always feels better to walk away. And I know I told this story a couple of years ago when we were in New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl. Went out on New Year's Eve, and we sat down at a casino, and we lost immediately. And we just didn't like the vibe at the table. We started to walk away. We got lost like $50. And we looked at each other, and I was like, oh, we're going back. So let's go back. Let's go to a different table. And we sat down, and immediately we just started winning. And we're playing blackjack. It was just like, oh, we got this split, double hit. And we were up $400 like that. And I was like, we got to walk right. Because we didn't even come here to gamble. Like, we sat down for like a hot second. We're trying to go out on New Year's Eve. And I was like, we got to walk right now. Like, this doesn't happen. And Catherine I just see that fire in her. She goes, I think we can make it 1,000. I was like, honey, nope. Like, that's how that gets you. Like, we just won $400 super quick. Like, all the it was just us at the table. Like, so we got to walk. And it was hard. It was really hard because I get that itch too. Like, hey, we can do something with this. But we walked, but pulling ourselves away from that table after just sitting there for like 5 minutes was so tough.
I think that's how they get the new people, right? Is that you would get addicted to that feeling of winning. Absolutely. And they're like, yeah, let's go for 1,000. And you've seen so many movies and even like the game shows that like pressure you to like keep going. Like nobody on like Deal or No Deal is like, take the $1,500. Like nobody says that from the audience. They say, go for the $1 million. So it just feels like we are like conditioned by society to always go big or go home.
Well, and I think too, when you're playing a game, and especially a game like Deal or No Deal, like at a point, because you got like chips in front of you, and then, or if you're playing Deal or No Deal, you got an electronic board or whatever. Like at some point, you sort of forget this is real money. You get lost in this idea that it's a game. I can make this, and you forget, hey, this is real cash. When I see someone on Deal or No Deal, it's like, all right, here you go. You've got $250,000, but if you choose one more case, you could get maybe $500,000. No deal. I'm like, dude, I'm taking my $250,000 and I am walking away, and I don't care what suitcase that I may or may not have chosen. Because, yeah, every now and then it works out for someone, but isn't the majority of the time, don't you see someone just lose it and then they walk away with like, I got $12,000, and they could have had so much more. I'm not taking that risk, but it's easier said than done, especially in the moment, because like you were saying, everybody's like, no, do it. Come on. It's one more hand. It's one more suitcase. You can do it. You can make more money. but it's a real challenge to walk away from all that.
I think the good in between is if you're up big, you scale down what you're playing a hand and say, listen, I'm going to set aside this money. Say I won $400. I'm going to set aside $300 and I can play with like this 100. Smart. I feel like that's a good in between.
I do that. I think that's really smart. It's like, okay, I have this money. I do this where I put like a little pile to the left. I'm like, this is the pile or I'll put the chips in my pocket. I'm like, okay, these are mine. These are not on the table. They're in my pocket. This right here, it's like starting over. Okay, I'm starting with whatever that money is. If I keep winning, great. If I lose it, I'm walking. I think that's a really you got to get it out of the way and tell yourself this is done. I'm walking away with a profit no matter what.
I feel like I do this when I go to like different states too, because obviously you can take advantage of like the bonuses, like BetMGM. So it's like, hey, you bet $5, get $100 or whatever the promo is at the time. And then I'm like, hey, we're going to keep that money pushed aside. And, you know, we play with whatever else I'm winning. So I feel like you can do that in many ways in life. Don't let the peer pressure get to you, even though I'm sure you've heard the open where Jenks is like, yeah, you can talk me into doing anything. So Jenks, maybe I can talk you into making some baseball bets today as we take a look at today's MLB slate. But of course, we do have some promos over at BetMGM. If you're betting on Wimbledon, go for the ace on your next Wimbledon bet. Use this odds boost token over at BetMGM to score a bigger payout if your bet hits, only at BetMGM. All right, Jenks. So I was looking at the slate today, and there was a few games that kind of stood out. But since we were talking about the Rockies, how about we start there? So Chase Burns is starting for the Reds today. And even though he does not have great numbers, he's 0-1 with an 8.10 ERA. He is somebody who has electric stuff, one of the prospect type guys that a lot of people are following. And he's facing one of the worst lineups in all of baseball, especially when the Rockies are on the road. They are not a potent lineup. So Cincinnati minus 210 here. You'd have to find a creative way to play it. Total of 9.5 runs. German Marquez, who I know is only 3-10 with a 5.84 ERA. I will say this: at least he is a veteran MLB pitcher. Like he's not the worst one in the rotation. So like for that reason, I'm not like super big on this play. But I was trying to look for a way to play Chase Burns today because I do think he has really good stuff.
Okay. I mean, he does. I think it's only a matter of time where he comes around and look, it's just tough making the transition. We see this all the time. And the guys kind of settle in, they make the adjustment, and they're fine. German Marquez has been bad on the road. 2-4, 6.48 ERA. I mean, opposing lineups are batting more than 300 against him. 324, to be exact. I don't. Here's the thing. You're sort of banking on Burns, like this is the game that he sort of rounds into form or has a really good outing. And he might, but also I think there's a strong possibility that maybe he's just not ready yet. I mean, I think he's ready for the major league level, but maybe he's not going to have that outing that I think is due. So there's just a little too few unknowns in this particular game. You can definitely make a case for Reds on the run line. There's no question about that. But I think I would need a pitcher going for the team against the Rockies that has a little bit more of a sample size that I can rely on as opposed to sort of banking on someone coming together early on in their career.
Yeah, and also, you know, you can hone in on the pitcher. Like, if you don't want to trust the Reds' offense, like, I would understand that as well. So the pitcher props for Chase Burns today, 2.5 earned runs is the line. Under is minus 135. Maybe that's worth a look. Or you can look at his strikeouts because I think maybe there's some value there. It's 6.5, which is pretty high, but he is a strikeout pitcher, and he has not lasted long in some of these games and has still gotten this number. The only game he did not get it was against the Red Sox because he only lasted a third of an inning. But in the games where he's at least stayed in there for a few innings, went 5 innings against the Yankees and had 8 strikeouts in that game. 4 2/3 against the Phils, had 7 strikeouts there. So that's even money. I think maybe that makes a lot of sense if you want to sprinkle something on Chase Burns today if you are looking for a pitcher to target. All right, so how about this pitching matchup? Should be a decent one. Tigers have Tariq Skubal going. Their ace, the Cy Young favorite, is 10-2 with a 2.02 ERA. But Detroit is minus 200. And I will say the Mariners are a good squad. Luis Castillo is an MLB veteran. The win-loss record is not great this year, 5-5, but does have a 3.31 ERA, total of 7, because I did think about taking it under here, but that is very low. Jenks, did you consider this one for the card?
Yeah, I'm going to go light today because I went 3-0, I think, last time out, which was good to feel, and I don't want to go into the weekend with a losing record. I kind of want to ease into the weekend because I'm already kind of in weekend mode. So I'm trying to decide between one of two bets, but this is one of them. I think you can go Tigers first 5 run line here, and I might play it. Right now, the first 5 run line, you can shop around. It's minus 130. That's not bad for Tariq Skubal. And also, I mean, I know it's a low total too. And look, Luis Castillo is a hell of a pitcher. There's no question. But when he's on the road, his ERA jumps like a couple points. It's 4.67 away from Seattle. And also, when you look at first 5 teams in Major League Baseball, Tigers are number 3 overall. So you got a great team in the first 5. They're playing at home. You've got the best pitcher in baseball on the mound and an opposing pitcher who isn't nearly as successful when he's away from home. I think Detroit first 5 run line is a good play. And again, it's minus 130.
I think value is always relative, and I think that is a good price. It looks like it's gone to minus 140 at BetMGM, and I think a lot of bettors are probably leaning in that direction. 90% of the money at BetMGM is on the Tigers on the run line in the first 5 innings. But listen, this is the best team in the American League. This is the best pitcher in baseball. So I think, again, value is always relative. And as good as the Mariners have been, they have not held a candle to what the Tigers are doing this year. Luis Castillo is a quality pitcher, but he's not missing bats at the rate that Tariq Skubal is. So I think that's a really good play. If you like unders, how about this game? So I was looking at the pitching matchups, and, I look at MLB.com before I look at the sports book, and I try to kind of guess where some of the numbers go. And I knew this would be a low total, but for a good reason. Pirates Twins today. Paul Skeens is going for the Pirates. A bad offense usually means unders as well. Skeens is 4-7 with a 1.94 ERA. Joe Ryan goes for the Twins. He's 8-4 with a 2.76 ERA. But the total in this one is 6.5, Jenks. Would you still consider an under? Is there anything worth betting on in this game?
If I'm going to consider an under, it's going to be a first 5 under because I worry about there's always the potential, at least, for the Pirates' pen to kind of lose its mind. I think that's the one thing that would worry me here. But also, what is the first 5 under in this game?
It's 3.
It's 3?
You can get 3.5 for minus 155 if you're interested. I know there's a 5.5 for the first 7 out there at minus 150, I think, at another book. Because I was looking at that as well, because sometimes you can get creative if you think the pitcher is going to go more than 5 innings on both sides of the coin. So if you think both these pitchers have quality starts, 5.5 in the first 7 innings, I feel like that's the way to kind of creatively play this one. Because 3 is pretty low. Because 3.5, you're still essentially playing a 3. And then 6.5, no. So I think first 7, if you play anything, that would be my bet.
Oh, I think that's a really smart way to play it. That's really creative. And I'm not creative when it comes to my bets. That's a really good idea, and especially when you're talking about a guy like Joe Ryan. I don't know how deep Skeens will go, but Ryan could definitely go deep in this game against that Pirates lineup, and he tends to go deeper than Paul Skeens anyway just because he's not throwing as hard. So, I like that bet a lot. That's a really good idea.
Yeah. Well, first 7 bets are good if you have that handicap, because there are certain pitchers in baseball that usually go more than 5 innings. There's not that many, but I think based on the characteristics here, Joe Ryan going against a weak Pirates offense and Paul Skeens, it's not going to be shocking to me if he goes at least 6 in this game. So first 7, maybe that makes the card for me. All right, Jenks, free roll here. Is there anything we haven't talked about that you think needs mentioning?
Well, I will throw out just the idea that maybe you back Kodai Senga on the mound for the Mets in Kansas City today.
Mets.
I know. And I know they're not good on the road, but he's facing Michael Wacha. I mean, Kodai Senga has given up 2 runs or less in each of his last 4 starts. The Mets have won all 4 of those games, 4-0 in his last 4 starts. So here's the thing. Even if the Mets don't hit and sometimes their bats go really cold, we saw that yesterday in Baltimore, like we know Kansas City is even worse. They're the second best under team in baseball. So a Royals team that doesn't hit against Kodai Senga, like you can go Mets first 5 or Mets full game, and it's like minus 143. You can find that. I think there's value there because you've got Senga on the mound.
No, I don't know if I can do it with the Mets. They've burned me a few times, Jenks, and I just can't do it.
Like yesterday.
I was the worst. Earned runs prop for Kodai Senga today is 2.5, but it's minus 170 for the under. So gonna leave that one on the cutting room floor. All right, coming up next, enough of this minus 170 nonsense. Time to shoot for the moon. Our big plus money parlay comes your way next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time for the show parlay, where everybody gives a leg and we try to win us some big plus money. And listen, we haven't hit one of these yet, but we're due. That's what they say in the industry. Jenks, have you seen the TikTok circulating of Meghan Markle just repeatedly saying the word yet? It might have been one of the worst interviews I've ever seen. Like, I think people love to find these podcasts because, listen, everybody has a podcast these days, and people love to say these things with absolute conviction that are the dumbest things you've ever heard. Like, there's a couple that I've heard where it's a girl talking about having confidence, and she says, you enter a room and you pinch every corner of the room and you bring it to you. All four corners. And first of all, there are more than four corners in a room. It is not a flat sheet of paper. But like some of the things these people say, like the one about Meghan Markle was like, I haven't learned to be, great at emotional maturity yet. And she just says all these things that she's not good at. And she's like, yet. And the co-host is like, I haven't gotten financial freedom yet. And they're like, that's so powerful. It's like, no, it's not.
Oh, God. I know exactly like the TikTok you're talking about where the girl's like, I like to fold the room and put it in my pocket. And there's a guy that makes fun of this video, and then he pops on, and he was on my feed for a while. I forget who he is. And he takes videos like this and then one-ups them. And he's like, why not walk into multiple rooms and fold multiple rooms in your pocket? I'll walk into a building, and I'll walk into every room in that building, and I'll take every room and fold that. I've got a building in my pocket. How about that? Like, you've got one room, I've got, in fact, I'll walk down the street and do that with every building. I've got multiple buildings in my pocket. That's how I own a room. And it's just like, it just points out how ridiculous it is, And so I think what bothers me more than anything is it's the thought that something like that makes no sense. But it's always saying it to someone who goes, wow, I love that. I love that. I'm like, it doesn't even mean anything. Now, when I walk into this room every morning to do this show with Denton, do I fold every corner of this room into my pocket? Yes, of course I do. Does it make this show better? Of course. Absolutely. Like, it means nothing. Yeah, that stuff just kills me.
I just wish I had that level of like delusional confidence, right?
Seriously.
Because like so many people buy into it. Because if you look at the comments on the original video, like people agree with him. They're like, oh my God, girl, you're blowing my mind. Like, oh my God, like somebody's buying what they're selling is like the crazy part. And these people vote. So that's today's sign of the apocalypse. Here's maybe the other one, because here's the thing, like we keep getting reboots of everything. And it feels to me like, production companies are just running out of ideas, but this one I might watch because apparently they're trying to do a similar version of The Office on Peacock. It's going to be called The Paper. It's the quote unquote follow up to The Office. It's the same documentary crew that filmed Dunder Mifflin Scranton. Apparently they're on their next subject, and it's a Midwestern newspaper and the publisher trying to revive it. Jenks, this sounds interesting, but I feel like the cast will be very important here.
Yeah, the only person returning is going to be Oscar. There's going to be like no one from the original cast. And so I won't watch. Maybe if people can convince me, like I'll let other people watch for me. And if they say, hey, this is actually surprisingly good or really funny, because at least the executive producing team is the same. So that's a good sign. But it's just so you will be living up to the reputation of The Office, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Like that's the standard, right? And when you're talking about an all-time classic, I mean, one of the greatest sitcoms ever, trying to replicate that sort of magic and that sort of writing and that sort of cast is just almost impossible to do. And also, I will say, too, is that, especially now in 2025, The Office, there are things they got away with back then that you could never get away with now, and that makes the comedy even more of a challenge. So when you have that challenge along with the challenge of measuring up against an all-time great, I think I'm going to stay away, unless I hear differently.
Yeah, I think it's just difficult. And I think the other interesting factor is that I feel like The Office wasn't as instantly revered as it is now. Like, I remember when it came on live TV and like people liked it and it definitely was successful. But correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like most people who like have jumped on the bandwagon watched it after it aired on actual TV.
Yeah.
I feel like that was one of those shows that gained a lot of popularity after the fact.
For sure. And we've been talking about sitcoms over the past couple weeks. Like Seinfeld is fascinating because Seinfeld just struggled for like 3 or 4 years. People forget that. Like they got this would never happen today where no one liked it. And I was listening to Jerry Seinfeld talk about this. Nobody liked it. NBC hated it. And one guy was like, you know what? I actually like this. Let's keep giving it a shot. And they moved it around. It didn't do well, moved it around. And after like year 4, it just kind of caught fire. But you would never see that today where they just allow something to hang around because one person believes in it. So it was a different time. But you're right, where 2 iconic sitcoms didn't necessarily just hit the ground running.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if this one doesn't, I don't think it has the chance of success that The Office and Seinfeld did. So we'll see. All right, so we'll see if we ever hit one of these big parlays, but we're going to try. It's time for the show parlay.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay. About it every chance we get for the next 10 years. We all know that person that hit a parlay and they won't shut up about it. That's going to be us, or at least we hope. All right, Jenks, you're starting off the parlay for us. What is your leg to this week's parlay?
Love this play, love this price. Had to shop around for it. It's minus 155 at BetMGM, but I found it at minus 146, and I'm talking about the Blue Jays on the money line against the A's. You got Max Scherzer going for Toronto, and who do we have? Our good buddy going for the A's, Luis Severino. Luis Severino's splits are wild. They are wild. In Sacramento this season, he's 0-8 with an ERA of 7.04. 0-8 with an ERA of 7.04. I will give the full handicap later on in the show. The A's bullpen is garbage. And the Blue Jays are in first place in the division. You need Toronto on the money line at minus 146. Yes, please.
Luis Severino is the A's player who's gone on the record to say that the A's are the worst, have the worst place to play in the majors, and he can't wait to get traded. So
there you go.
And doesn't feel like he's 100% all in for the Athletics. So I get that handicap. All right, for me, looks like the squad's going to have a lot riding on this Mariners and Tigers game. So I'm going to go with the Tigers on the first 5 run line, which means they need to be leading after 5 innings. But here's the sales pitch. They have what looks to be the best pitcher in baseball going today. Tariq Skubal, favored to win the Cy Young. And the Tigers are the best team in the American League. And you can get them to be leading by a mere 1 run in the first 5 innings for minus 140. I'ma do that. I understand the Mariners are a good, solid team, and Luis Castillo is a solid pitcher. But also the offense goes into this one because Detroit is one of the best first 5 teams in all of baseball, ranking 3rd in runs scored in the first 5 innings. And the Mariners are not one of the best first 5 teams in all of baseball, ranking 17th. So all the factors align here. I'm going to go with the Tigers' first 5 run line at minus 140. All right, Dylan, knock us out with another fight pick.
I like that transition, Chelsea. So this week I'm going to go with Kennedy Nezekukwu, sorry. And I'm going to take his fight versus what?
Wow.
Is that not fun enough?
I mean, how do you butcher that name?
And then taking him versus Walter Walker and going under 2.5 rounds. This heavyweight fights typically don't go the distance, so to get minus 125 on an under, basically to not go the distance, I feel like in and of itself, objectively, I would take that at heavyweight fights. But in his last 2 fights, Kennedy has both won them by knockout in the first round, and Walter Walker is a guy that, here's another UFC term, he's pretty chinny, but he's a jiu-jitsu guy, so he finishes his fights as well. I just don't see a scenario where this fight goes the distance. This feels like the safest play on the whole fight night.
Well, we trust your fight bets. All you had to say is trust me, bro. And I'd be like, sure, because your bets have been great. All right, Double D, what are you throwing in the parlay this week?
I am actually going to Wimbledon today. I really like Novak Djokovic over Jannik Sinner. And there's a couple reasons. Jannik Sinner is dealing with an elbow injury, and he's also not looked the sharpest in his last 2 matches. So, and, well, Djokovic is a grass god. So, yes, to get Novak Djokovic at plus 190 to beat Jannik Sinner, I'm all over it. So, Novak Djokovic plus 190 on the money line.
Going with the Joker. All right, spanning the wide world of sports. And then finally, anchoring the rotation, we've got Denton Day. Den, what do you like?
And this is where we're jumping back on this Mariners and Tigers game. They could really screw us over today, Chelsea, if they wanted to. But we're taking the under 7 between the Mariners and the Tigers. You get Skubal going for the Tigers, as you mentioned. I'm going to take him with unders in just about every single scenario that you're going to give me. On top of that, I think the Mariners pitching staff from top to bottom has been pretty good this year. So I like the under 7. Give us the Detroit Tigers 1-0 victory, please, and thank you, as long as that first run comes in the first 5 innings.
Yes, we need to thread the needle here. A few results will work for us, but all of them involve the Tigers winning the first 5 innings and not that many runs being scored. All right, so total odds for the parlay, just over 26-1. So we got the Blue Jays on the money line, Tigers first 5 run line over the Mariners, Kennedy Nakuwu, I don't know, versus Walter Walker under 2.5 rounds. Minus 125. We've got Novak Djokovic on the money line over Jannik Sinner, and then Mariners Tigers under 7. Those are the legs of the parlay this week. All right, gentlemen, we don't have time to stir the pot too much, so maybe that's a good sign. Maybe this is the week the parlay finally cashes. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the show, and we'll start with a little Scottish Open update, as well as reacting to some of the big moves that Oklahoma City has been making for the Thunder roster. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
There we go. It is a Friday morning good time edition on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for being with us live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up, we will get you updated on the Scottish Open in golf with the Open Championship on tap for next week. In 20 minutes, we'll talk about a possible name change, the new uniforms, or at least the Super Bowl era uniforms, and the upcoming season for the Washington Commanders. And we'll do that with Grant Paulson from 106.7 The Fan here in the nation's capital. And finally, our best bets ready to go at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. You can stream our final hour on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, we will get into the Scottish Open very quickly, but I got it. You got the package. You got the potion package delivered.
Yes, finally. So here's the drama that's been happening at our household. So I ordered a fairy potion kit for my 5-year-old, and Amazon said your package has been delivered. There was no package on our doorstep, and my 5-year-old obviously is very disappointed. So I said to myself, okay, so they must have delivered this fairy potion package to another house, or somebody stole it from our doorstep. But luckily, the package is now on our doorstep. It is opened. So somebody opened this package and said, did I order a fairy potion package? And they said to themselves, probably not, even though I would have liked to see the look on their faces when they opened that.
Well, I'm glad you got it. I needed that update after I heard it had just arrived. Now we got to find out who was working their magic across the pond.
What's going on the links? This is the Open Update.
Indeed it is. The Genesis Scottish Open taking place in North Berwick, Scotland. And we have Chris Gotterup, the American, still leading the way at 11 under par, Chelsea. Harry Hall in second place, 2 strokes back at 9 under. Matt Fitzpatrick, Roy McIlroy are at 8 under par, tied for third. Then we have 5 golfers tied for fifth at 7 under. Matty Schmid, Nick Taylor, Keith Mitchell, Xander Schauffele, and Marco Pinge. If you're wondering about Seb Straka, he's still tied for 10th at 6 under. He tees off at 8:32. Scotty Scheffler, 3 under, tied for 32nd. He tees off at 8:43, and that is why, because Scotty's not on the course just yet, Scotty is your favorite at plus 550. Roy, 6-1. Chris Gotterup, 7-1. Seb Straka, 11-1. Xander is 14-1. If you're live betting on golf, is this where you put your money down on someone like Xander at 14-1, Rory at 6-1, or do you say, I need bigger odds than that?
I think I need bigger odds than that, just because
Yeah.
it's the Scottish Open and it does feel like it's a very scoreable course. Like Chris Gotterup is almost shooting, he's through 17 and he's 9 under for the round, which makes me feel like the conditions are pretty good. And I feel like these are the type of tournaments that it makes the playing field like wider for the, you know, the casting of the net of people who I think can win a tournament, because it's not a major and, you know, you don't have to hit it a mile to play well on this course. And keep in mind, some of the guys who are the leaders yesterday haven't even teed off, like Victor Perez, Nico Echeverria, Jake Knapp, Sepp Straka. Or Victor Perez is teed off, but Echeverria, Jake Knapp, Sepp Straka, none of those guys have even teed off. Same goes for Scotty Scheffler, who had a great start yesterday. I think he had an eagle putt on the first hole, and he was 3 under through 3 holes. So I think this is something that makes it a little bit more volatile. But I think for betting considerations, this is just something that you watch and you take notes so you can bet on the Open Championship next week. And that's why a lot of these get big names play in the Scottish Open to have a tune-up on link style golf before the Open Championship. So I think I will be watching for that reason. And I don't think I'll be making any bets for this specific tournament, but maybe keeping them in mind for the Open Championship.
I think it's a good way to look at it. Seb Straka is interesting to me at 11-1 if you're looking to put a sprinkle on someone, but he's got to stay hot with the putter. He was unbelievable. Led the field in strokes gained, but just because he was putting so well. It was just, he was consistent, and then he would go on a run yesterday. But the one thing about links golf that we know is that, and then this kind of got to Scotty where he was making a run, then had a couple holes that got him. When you look at links golf, it can be really, really punitive, which is why we see so much, not variance necessarily, but you see a lot of changing in the leaderboard because, especially when the conditions get tough, things can change wildly in Scotland.
No, yeah, and the weather can change on a dime as well. So I think that's one of those things where you remember, hey, we are a day and a half in, and you always have to say that to yourself when it comes to golf because there is still a large swath of golf ahead of us. So we'll keep our eyes on like Rory and Scotty because we know those guys can certainly make a run, and they're really consistent. So I still think it's somebody else in the field that could definitely win this. So I'm not taking those like very short odds on the leaders or some of these guys who just have the big names.
I think that's the way to look at it, and I will be doing the same, just staying away from that. I'll stick to baseball this weekend, but definitely going to keep an eye open because I cannot wait, as you know, for the Open Championship. NBA now, because, look, it's a slow time in sports. We do have events like this, which isn't it nice to have a live event during our show? We're so early in the morning, like we never get actual live events unless it's golf or something like that. So we'll take it. And the Thunder will also take Jalen Williams because they have locked him down as part of their championship squad. It is a 5-year, $287 million rookie max extension. So last season, he was fantastic. 21.6 points, 5.3 rebounds, 5.1 assists per game, and also one of the best defenders in the NBA. That's one thing that when you talk about the Thunder, you forget, oh, yeah, what a brilliant defensive squad this is. Williams, a big part of that. The number 2 option offensively, but defensively, a member of the NBA's all-defensive second team. So a complete all-around player. They got Jalen Williams locked up. They've got SGA locked up. They've signed Chet Holmgren. So the big three are in place. And that's why the Thunder are the favorites to win the NBA title at plus 275. I guess the question is now, Chelsea, can they keep the other pieces around these guys intact? Ultimately, they had to sign these guys. But as we know, when it comes to any championship roster, there are critical pieces, like an Alex Caruso comes to mind, for example. There are critical pieces that also play a part in any title run.
Especially for a team that was so based on depth. Like, obviously, SGA was the MVP of the league and averaged like 35 points a night. But still, that was the strength of the Thunder. And I think that's why they won the NBA Finals is because they were so deep. And even, when their starters came out, they had reserves behind them that could play almost to that level. And their defense was so good as well. So usually this is the question mark for teams coming off a championship because when guys win a championship, they want to get paid, and deservedly so. But the difference in this one is that all these guys are really young. Like, still, it feels like they have their prime years ahead of them. So I feel like if you can warrant, giving a guy a bunch of money, it's these guys who are 23, 24, and 26. SGA, 26 years old. Jalen Williams is 24. Chet Holmgren is 23. So this is a very young core. Like, we were talking about this during March Madness. The average age of the Oklahoma City Thunder is actually younger than the Auburn Tigers basketball team was in March Madness this year because they had so many transfers and so many guys who were playing like their 5th and 6th year. So it's a young team, a young squad, and they just locked up their young superstars to massive deals, but at least they should have a lot of wear left on those tires.
When you hear dynasty, is that something that's being overused now when it comes to the Thunder, or is it legit?
I don't think you can have the dynasty talk until you've won at least 2, maybe 3, right?
Yeah.
Like, one championship doesn't get you dynasty talk in my book.
I think that's totally fair. I think it's just the potential is there. When you have such a young team that has already won it all and they just accumulated so much capital. I mean, there's a reason why Sam Presti is so highly regarded because we could all see this coming. And you could also say, wow, this came earlier than we thought, because 2 seasons ago it was Oklahoma City's time is close. it's close. And now I feel like we've got such a weakened NBA coming next season, particularly in the Eastern Conference because of so many injuries, that if they're looking for an easier path to the title, the next season might be even easier. Like the Nuggets are the second favorite at 7-1, which is surprising to me.
You'd think, right? But we haven't had a repeat champion in the NBA since I think 2018. And for good reason. I think this, the NBA has a lot of parity right now. I know it certainly doesn't look like it, especially if you look at the Eastern Conference. But like something happens like every year. Like last year when the Celtics won it, how many people were talking about dynasty talk? Because they had been involved in so many NBA finals. And you said, there's no way this team isn't competing for an NBA finals next year. Then Jason Tatum gets hurt. And then now look what they're doing. It feels like they're retooling, re-whatevering, whatever the verb you want to use. They are not in contention the way that they were coming off last season.
Well, the NBA Summer League is also going on. And last night, what did we get? A banger of a game. Cooper Flag, Bronny. I love how this was marketed. The number one overall pick, chance to be a generational player against a guy in the second round who was drafted by his dad. I get it, though. Okay, I mean, just putting in perspective here. A little different, but okay, it's too big. For the Summer League, sure. This was Cooper Flag's Summer League debut. And is the Mavericks edging the Lakers 87-85? The Mavs are getting 3 points. They're plus 150 on the money line. Under hits, people do bet on this. Total set at 179 and a hook. Cooper Flag scores 10 points on 5 of 21 shooting, grabs 6 rebounds, hands out 4 assists, 3 steals, and he does provide a highlight or two.
Both of those moves hard for another big to keep him in front.
And here's Flag. On the break, punching it home. Welcome to the league, Cooper Flag.
It's called courtesy of ESPN. As for Bronny, 8 points, 2 of 8 shooting. But I think the real focus here is on Cooper Flag, who was not good from the field, 5 of 21 again. And he said after the game, this was, quote, one of the worst games of my life. Because at Duke, he shot more than 48% from the field. But this is not something that it's concerning. It's just sort of like, hey, welcome to the NBA. It's a summer league. You're making the transition. And still, like, he played a great all-around game. He just didn't shoot well.
Right, and it's going to be different anytime you go from college to the NBA, but especially when you're on a college team that had, 3 top 10 picks?
Yeah.
Like, think about how many good players he had on his team. And I'm not saying players aren't good in the NBA. I'm just saying the discrepancy between your team and the teams you're normally facing, it's probably a lot easier to get your rhythm when you're facing teams that are significantly worse than you. It's not going to be the case in the NBA, but it's going to be interesting to me to see how Cooper Flag lives up to these expectations, because he's going to be a great player. I think that's not really up for discussion. I just think it's how great. And can he live up to these generational expectations? Because, it's a lot. I know people look at LeBron James, who had these type of expectations, and he lived up to them, and they say, oh, no big deal, it's LeBron James. That's a big deal, that he lived up to the hype. So I wonder how Cooper Flag is going to do relative to expectations.
Oh, I think he's going to be great. I think we can just already see that. And I know we've discussed it a few times, but when he was practicing with the Olympic team and all of the Olympic guys came out and said, this kid's the real deal. Like, no one is harsher on other players than the NBA. Like, guys just come after each other all the time. And to a man, they said this kid is going to be something special. And I think he will be. He did say it was odd to shoot so many jumpers. I think the Mavs have already sort of basically put it on him that they want him to really be more aggressive than he's used to being, because Cooper Flag, he can absolutely score. We know that. But what makes him so good is that he can do everything. He's a guy that kind of wants to contribute in whatever way he can. And the Mavs seem to imply to him that we want you to be more aggressive shooting the ball. And he said he was sort of surprised by that.
Yeah, it's almost similar to LeBron in that, like, one of his strengths is that he makes the players around him better. And he doesn't necessarily want to be, the focal point of the offense every single time. But when you're the first overall pick, especially in a city that just lost Luka Doncic, you're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive, because you're going to have to be one of the top scorers. I know that Kyrie Irving will be back at some point. But still, he obviously pointed out in the article after the game that the team won the game, and that's the biggest part. But it'll be interesting to see how he handles taking more of an aggressive approach to scoring, because you're right. He hasn't been, somebody who scores 40 points a night.
Right. I saw on X when I woke up this morning and I wanted to see some highlights, and I don't know who posted. It was like, Bronny versus Cooper Flag, 1-on-1. I was like, oh, okay. And it was like Cooper Flag backing down to the post, and Bronny pokes the ball away and a foul's called. I was like,
wow.
Whoa. And then Cooper gets the ball again, hits a fadeaway, scores. I'm like, wow, incredible. An argued foul call. There it was. That was a shot. Bronny poke. Oh, and there's a foul. Coming next on the show, the Commanders getting ready to run it back with second-year quarterback Jaden Daniels. What is the ceiling for the Burgundy and Gold? Grant Paulson is talking about that next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. back to the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Friday morning good time edition, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you along with us as we wrap up the week. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. That's what I was looking for, Double D. Give him a little something before we get to Grant. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up, Grant Paulson, co-host of Grant and Denny on 106.7 The Fan right here in the district, will join us. Also co-host of Countdown to Saturdays on the BetMGM network. Did you see the Commanders uniform reveal a couple days ago?
I did.
Oh, my God.
It looks clean.
So perfect. I saw these. I happened to see these on Monday. I got a sneak peek when I was doing the pod with Smoot. And, I was like, these are going to go over so well. They look so great. And you never know with a uniform reveal or the Super Bowl era reveal uniform. But I feel like they nailed this from like everything about it is perfect.
Yeah, I identify as a uniform traditionalist. So I like the ones that you see the uniform and immediately you know what team it is. So for the Commanders or for Washington, that feels like the case. Like you see those uniforms and instantly, like it's the exact color, it's the exact, stripes. Maybe the helmet is a little different, but still, it's a very easy conclusion to make when you see it, for the first half second.
Oh, for sure. And when you see the side-by-side of the current uniform and then you see the Super Bowl era uniforms, like the color they have now is not real burgundy. I don't know what that is, but it's not true burgundy, which this franchise has long been associated with. Like the burgundy that we saw and that we see on these new uniforms they're going to wear 3 times this season is definitely just so much better, more traditional, and perfect for this franchise. So it's a really exciting week for fans of the Commanders. And with that, we bring in Grant Paulson, again, co-host of Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan here in the nation's capital. Grant, what was your thought when you saw these uniforms being released? I know you didn't necessarily come on for uniform talk, but I think it speaks to the idea that this organization at every step seems to make the right call.
Well, friends, what's up? Good to talk to you. I should say first, we've got important business to tend to for inquiring minds. I wanted to let you know that I traditionally would have tasted like a buffalo wing, but since I've been running off of Ice Pops and Uncrustables here lately, that's probably the answer.
And Grant, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you calling us from the hospital?
Yes, we had our baby yesterday at 6 a.m. So we're still here. I don't know how familiar you guys are with this process, but basically you have a baby and then like days later you get to go home after like 57 things happen. So we're through like 43 of the 57 things.
Well, congratulations. That's great news. I heard you were in the hospital. I was like, wait, he's calling us like from, like he's hooked up and in bed. And then I heard, no. His wife had another baby and they have adding to their family. So congratulations on that.
Thank you so much. This is Lincoln. So now we've got Reagan, Truman, McKinley, and Lincoln. I believe the Mount Rushmore is complete. And it's a good run for the Paulsons. So we're excited. But to the jerseys and the uniforms, dude, you said it. I mean, they're perfect. People are so excited. And it's also funny for people nationally listening how easy this was. I mean, this was truly a layup to get right. And I give this ownership group credit because the previous iteration here wasn't able to. I mean, they did change the uniforms. They did change the colors when they said they weren't going to. It was a thing that wasn't popular, and people wanted something that does throw it back to when Super Bowls were won and when people liked the name of the team and what they looked like. And so clean is a good word. It's a really good variation, I think, of both the past, which this ownership group is trying to honor, but also paying homage to the future with some Commanders insignia and logo on the helmet and look to some of the sleeving and the stuff they did. But they're perfect. I don't know about you, Jenks, being here local. I don't remember a jersey reveal going over kind of more universally beloved. I mean, you're always going to get complaints on anything you do, but this is a 90+% return on people that are just really, really happy.
Yeah, I will say, and I want Chelsea to chime in, but I honest to God, I think that's spot on where I was like, everyone, and I mean everyone, was on board. It was like, these are perfect. We've been waiting for this. It was about as big of a home run as you can hit as an organization, at least when it comes to, a jersey review.
Yeah. All right. So let me continue on that same wavelength and ask you about something that Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk has been floating. He has been hypothesizing that the Commanders have still not shut the door on changing the name back to the Redskins. Is this a real possibility?
No, it's not. I don't really know what he's doing with that or what the idea is. It's good for engagement for sure, and I like Florio. I get along well with him, but it doesn't make any sense. I mean, everything that they've said every step of the way is that the name is not coming back and the logo is not coming back. I guess there's a non-zero chance eventually maybe that some version of the logo or one of their past logos perhaps could end up on a helmet or be a factor for them in the future again. But the name is certainly not. They've said that over and over again. If anybody pays any attention, they've seen it. And it's one of those where to even suggest that it might happen is to say, oh, well, they're saying it's not going to, but, and then you're trying to like read these tea leaves or look into some weird, the bird symbolized hope and, the way she said that, it's just nonsense. So I understand where it comes from because I live here and people miss the name and many people have stopped cheering for the team. And Chelsea, the fan base is smaller than it used to be. Underneath the tent, there's a lot of passion, but there's just less people under the tent than there once was. It's not a popular name with the fans. I don't know that it'll ever be. It's a younger fan base of people that weren't around for the Super Bowls largely that don't care and that like the name because the last thing didn't have as much of a meaning for them. But they're not going back to the old name. I just think the ship has sailed. I don't think they're allowed to, kind of societally. And while this ownership group may have wanted to initially, I also think last year is a factor. I mean, Jinx, you were along for that ride. They went to the NFC Championship game. They had more success in 2024 as a team than any group named Redskins or anything else has dating back to the early 90s. And you saw merch fly off the shelves and jerseys get purchased. I think that's a factor in why Commanders is here to stay.
We're talking with Grant Paulson. He is host on Grant and Danny from 2 to 6:30 in the afternoons in the East on 106.7 The Fan here in D.C. Grant, let's talk some actual football here. And I'm not one to push the panic button. But at what point in your mind, I mean, you know this team as well as anyone else, do you start to get concerned about the Terry McLaurin contract situation?
It's a good question. I mean, for me, I'm not concerned at all because I just think that they're going to inevitably work this out. He's too important to what they want to be and what they want to do. They are a culture organization. Everything they do is about kind of establishing this brand of what is a Commander. And every time they draft a player, they talk about the tendencies they have and the intangibles they have that make them a Commander. Well, the lieutenant commander, who kind of is their embodiment, personification of what they want to be, is Terry McLaurin. All the guy does is be a pro and a professional and run the locker room and give the speeches when somebody needs to. And, oh, by the way, he's coming off 13 touchdowns in a career year, and he's a fantastic, top 10-ish, top 15-ish wide receiver in football. So it's got to work out as far as I'm concerned. I think the receiver market, as you guys have studied, I'm sure, is complicated because you've got some guys like DK Metcalf now making $33 million, some other players that aren't as talented as him that make less. And so landing the plane's a little bit difficult on where you slot in, but I think this will inevitably figure itself out, right? He wants to be paid like Metcalf from his draft class, who he's got, similar comps and numbers too. The team probably doesn't want to pay him at that rate for good reason. He's a little older, closing in on 30 years old. You can't pay him for what he's already done. You got to pay him for what he's going to do. And so they're trying to thread the needle between the two numbers. To answer your question directly, though, Jinx, as to when I would get concerned, I mean, if he's not at training camp, that would shock me. They've long, here in D.C., avoided camp holdouts by getting deals done in July, right before the start of camp, and I would anticipate that being a possibility again. The other thing I would say is look at the history in San Francisco, where Adam Peters came from, their general manager now. He was the number 2 to John Lynch there in the front office. And their extensions with Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel previously, Brandon Ayuk, even Nick Bosa. They were all after camp started, right? So those guys were either holding in or holding out in some capacity, and then they would get that done mid to late July, one of them even in the first week of August. I think Bosa's extension, while not nearly as acrimonious, was done the week of the season. So they work late on the calendar. I mean, they don't mind doing this closer to the year. Does McLaurin want to not participate in camp and miss out potentially on $50,000 a day? I would doubt that. But that's if you're a Commanders fan when you should start to get nervous. I think everybody all along has said, well, none of this matters until day one of training camp. If he's not at camp working out, it's not going to be a deal breaker. He and Jaden Daniels have a pretty good rapport. But that's when you know this is actually more hostile than everybody was assuming, and some of this reporting is accurate, that he's pretty upset.
Grant, I wanted to ask you about the Nats quickly, because obviously it's been an interesting couple of weeks. They fired their manager, fired their GM. Now they have the first overall pick in the MLB draft that is a mere days away. What do you think the future holds for this organization?
Yeah, how's that for a week, Chelsea? No skipper, no GM. You know, you're in the interim. And now the week of the draft, you're shifting to people making the decision. I think it'll work itself out because they've got a scouting department that's been working on this for a whole calendar year. And Rizzo, while the president of baseball ops, dating back to 2007 as a general manager around here, would have made the final say. Like the guy that puts the draft board together, Danny Haas, and his top lieutenant, Brad Cialek, these guys are still there. And so I don't think a whole lot changes. Number one overall is going to be fascinating, though, guys. You know, the options include the brother of Baltimore Orioles second baseman Jackson Holliday, Ethan, who's a high schooler who was a freshman when Jackson was a senior, the son of Matt Holliday, who's a seven-time All-Star. He's the best high school player in terms of power bats in America, but there's some swing and miss questions there. So if they want to go ceiling, power, prep bat, Ethan Holliday is probably the choice. But now you've got this juxtaposition of a college pitcher in Cade Anderson out of LSU who threw a complete game gem with 10 strikeouts and a shutout in the College World Series if they want somebody who could get a little closer to the big leagues faster. And so it's really a question of, do you take the big swing and try to hit the home run, literally, figuratively, with Ethan Holliday, or do you do something a little safer and someone who can help your big league team win sooner with Cade Anderson? I think had Rizzo have been here, maybe Anderson would have been the pitcher out of LSU. He's a little bit more of a college pitcher, fast-moving prospect type. Now that it's more data and analytics guys, I wonder if they don't go with more of a model approach and take the high school bat who could really be a significant piece for them. So Ethan Holliday is a name to watch. One other I'll throw at you is Eli Willits, who's also from Oklahoma, also the son of a big leaguer, Reggie Willits, former Angel, who I think is a more well-rounded player with a better hit tool, less power, maybe less ceiling in terms of home runs, certainly, but a guy that's going to stay at shortstop, whereas ultimately, Jackson's brother Ethan's going to end up at third or in the corner outfield because he's already 6'4" and doesn't quite move as well as Jackson did. He's just a bigger Matt Holliday-like hulking presence. But those are the names to look out for. But it is a fascinating week. I think their interim GM guys has a chance to really keep this job if he does a nice job in the draft and at the trade deadline. Again, and Mike DeBartolo was more of an R&D data guy that they wanted to make that transition anyway.
He is the co-host of Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan in D.C. Also co-host of Countdown to Saturdays on the BetMGM Network. Grant, I have always marveled at your incredible work ethic, and the fact that you are calling us from the hospital after becoming a father for the fourth time is remarkable. Congratulations. Thanks for the insight and for being with us.
Yes, thank you. And my wife she's the one that's, when I tell her, like, hey, I'm going to go do a radio hit, doesn't leave me. So she's really, I think, the star of the show. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you. It's awesome to chat, and we'll catch up soon. James,
we will do
that. On
the
park.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, congratulations, man. Props to Grant's wife. She's like, go ahead, honey. Like, imagine where she just, like, gives them the green light. We're a father. We're a family. You're a father for the fourth time. Go ahead. Do your radio hit. Remarkable. Congratulations to the Paulsons. That's fantastic.
Well, at least he's doing something productive. I remember when I was in labor for 23 hours, Jake was sleeping on the couch, and I watched 23 hours of Shark Tank.
Oh, my God. 23 hours straight
I'm not even kidding. They had a marathon on, like, MSNBC or something. So it was just hours and hours of Shark Tank. And I was like, you know what? I don't hate it. It's fine. Because you have, like, a normal TV that has, like, the normal channels. So you have, like, 30 channels to choose from at the hospital. And that was the best option. So I watched a lot of Shark Tank.
I used to watch so much Shark Tank that I kind of got to the point where I just like seen every episode. I mean, I know they have new episodes that come out from time to time now, but I used to watch it on the regular, and you can just get sucked into that. It's just like one after the other, after the other, after the other. My favorite part about Shark Tank, I just loved it because they're all millionaires, right? But Mark Cuban is the one billionaire. And so whenever Cuban wanted something, he was the big dog. And so whenever he wanted something, they knew they couldn't compete. And normally it was very competitive, and they'd just be like, okay, Mark. Like the billionaire. I loved it. Coming up next in the show. Okay, let's end the week with some winners. Got our best bets. The Donkster is back, and he's fired up about something. I don't know what that is. All of that is coming up next on a Friday morning Good Time edition on the Daily Tips. Here right there.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is the Daily Tip on a Friday morning. Good time edition. We're going to finish strong on the show. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Oh, it's tough to make a transition from someone rocking to the elegance that is golf. Okay, well, all right. Update on the Scottish Open overseas. We've been following this throughout the show because obviously being in Scotland, these guys have been teeing off since early this morning, and we'll see big names continue to tee off throughout the morning. Right now, it is Chris Gotterup, the American, leading the way at 11 under par. Harry Hall, 9 under. He's in second, followed by Matt Fitzpatrick at 7 under. And then you have Rory McIlroy, Matty Schmid, Nick Taylor, Keith Mitchell, and Marco Hinge also at 7 under. Xander Schauffele tied for 10th at 6 under, along with Seb Straka. Now, Straka will not tee off until 8:32, so he just teed off here this morning. Scotty Scheffler teed off. In fact, he's teeing off as we speak. He's tied for 34th at 3 under. He tees off at 8:43. It's 8:43.
So after the show, you were allowed to change the channel and watch Scotty Scheffler, but not right now. You gotta watch us.
Yeah, so if you want to follow that throughout the day, I'm sure you'll be watching a ton of golf. But this is really interesting if you love links golf like I do. And more than anything, it just does give you an idea of maybe what you can expect next week at the Open Championship.
Yeah, I think it's doing your homework for betting on the major next week, because obviously the Scottish Open, there are a lot of guys in this, and it's not a major, but it is a great tune-up, and there is a reason why all these big names compete and they go across the pond to spend a couple weeks playing this style of golf. So keep in mind, we're only a day and a half into this. Some of the leaders from yesterday are just now teeing off. So it's very easy to look at the leaderboard and say, oh, Chris Gotterup, we'll put our money on him. No, it looks like we have pretty good scoring conditions. He shot a 9 under today. So I'm not saying that is not impressive. I am just saying, don't be surprised if we see a late charge from some of these other guys if the elements do not change on a dime, because you do need to monitor the weather whenever we are talking about Scotland.
No, I think that's such a good point. And look, I don't know what the weather is right now, but man, Chris Gotterup shot a 61 today. Guys are going low. Harry Hall, 64. Matt Fitzpatrick, a 63. Rory, a 65. So we haven't seen Scotty on the course yet, and you would expect him to go low, but as you know with links golf, things can change so quickly. Like it could be calm in the morning and all of a sudden there's wind blowing across the course, maybe it rains or something. But right now as it stands, man, we're seeing a lot of low numbers. So if the weather doesn't change, you would expect that to continue.
Yeah. All right. So I'll definitely be watching it against my will. Even if I wanted to watch it, we watch golf all the time. And it is nice having it on this early in the morning, because normally you don't get live sports this early in the morning unless you're like a true degenerate watching like Korean baseball or something. So something that's definitely going to be on my TV after the show.
God, I'm going to sit in front of the TV. My legs are killing me. Yesterday when we were in Baltimore and we decided, okay, we'll go to the concert on Thursday night. And then on Friday we'll wake up, we'll grab some lunch, we'll get a coffee, and we'll do some exploring, because Baltimore's very old. And they have a Washington Monument in Baltimore. I know you think of the Washington Monument here in D.C. They have one in Baltimore as well that was built as a tribute to George Washington. And so it's right in the middle of the city, got cobblestones around it, and we were walking by, and you can go in. It's very small, but it has this, a pillar that goes straight up into the air. And we thought, let's just bounce in. And you can walk to the top. There's no elevator, but it's 226 steps. So, and it's in a really narrow space. And so we decided, let's just do it. Let's walk up to the top. I got to tell you, as someone who doesn't do a lot of steps, like going up, on an incline, after 226 steps, we were pretty exhausted. My legs, we got about halfway up and Catherine was like, this is a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be. I was like, yeah, this is it's a long way. We made it up, but now I'm paying for it the next day.
It's always the worst when you like have to exercise and you weren't prepared for it, because it's one thing if you go to the gym and you get on the Stairmaster, you're like, okay, I'm mentally prepared for this. But it's another when you're like out in the wild, you're like 226 steps, like this better be good. Let me ask you, where was that like library place that was like in your stories, like the real old looking place? Was that the Monument or was that like a bar? Do you know what I'm talking about? It looked like really old and gothic.
It was beautiful.
Cool.
It was the Peabody Library. And which is, and you can kind of walk around. And I have to say, I kind of got a little sad being in there, which I know sounds weird, but it was beautiful. And there were a few people in there, and it just felt like a lost time where I know I sound old, but it's like when everyone's on their phones and not really curious about information necessarily. Like you walk in and you see so much knowledge and curiosity there, and a handful of people actually studying, and then you can go in and you can look at all this magnificent, not just the magnificent structure, but the books that are there. I mean, it's a real library. And so it just kind of took me back to a time I thought, man, people are just built differently. We live in a different time now. And it was, I don't know, it was kind of special actually being there, but also kind of made me sad. Like this is kind of a lost part of our society, just to walk into a place like this and be overwhelmed with the amount of information here.
Right, because people don't want to read those books. They want the 6-second TikTok dance about that book or to the trending audio.
No, it's so true.
The music from the movie of that book.
Yeah. And so we just kind of walked around and took it in, and there were some students in there studying. There's some laptops, of course, with people actually doing some work, but it was kind of magical being in there. And they walked around to a couple of other old buildings, and there was another mansion that has been around for, like 200 years, another church that has been around for like 100 and something. So yeah, it was a really cool moment to be able to kind of just bounce around and take in some history after watching like a goth rock concert. So we got in a little bit of everything in Baltimore, Chelsea. All right, coming up next on Bed Sweats, it is Kate Constable, I believe, today. And I think Sammy P sent me a video last night. I'm like, I'm crawling to bed at 8:30, and Sammy P's smoking a J and driving around. Made me really jealous. It's a lot of Sammy P, so he's going to be ready for today's show.
Sounds safe.
Yes. I think he was a passenger, just to clarify. He was not driving, but I was like, damn you, Sammy. All right, we got some best bets to hand out, so let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
2 bets on the card. That's what I like to see, Chelsea. What do you got?
Yeah, best bet of the day is going to be on the best team in the American League with the best pitcher in all of the majors going today. So I'm going to go with Tariq Skubal and the Tigers in the first 5 on the run line over the Seattle Mariners. So we need them to be winning at the end of 5 innings. So the first 5 run line is minus 140. I always feel like price is relative. And again, you are getting the best team in the American League, and you'll get the Cy Young favorite in Tariq Skubal going. And if you look at these teams scoring wise in the first 5 innings, the Tigers are miles ahead of what the Mariners have been putting out there. So Detroit, the 3rd best run scoring offense in the first 5 innings of play. Meanwhile, you look at Seattle, they have not done much damage early on, ranking 17th in the first 5 innings. So I feel like this is a pretty safe bet. I feel like minus 140 is a solid price. Let's go with the Tigers at home, first 5 run line over the Mariners.
All right. Let's go. Let's get it done. Love that play, and I'm a big fan of this one as well. Trying to finish the week 6-3. Let's do it. Had to shop around to find the price, but Blue Jays money line minus 146 at the A's. Are you kidding? I actually think this price should be higher. Max Scherzer going for Toronto. He's only started 4 games this year. Solid in his last 2 starts. 4 runs in 2 appearances against the Angels and Yankees. Never easy pitching in Sacramento, but my God, Luis Severino going for the A's has been horrific at home. 0-8, an ERA of 7.04. Let's look at how he's fared during his past few starts in Sacramento. Lost 7-2, lost 11-4, lost 7-4, lost 10-4, lost 10-5, lost 12-2. Whew. And that's not even taking into account the A's bullpen, which is bad. Blue Jays have won 9 of 10. Toronto on the money line, minus 146.
Yeah, Luis Severino can't wait to get traded. I think he even might have actually said those words. Like, he has gone on the record saying that the A's are not playing in a big league stadium, which is the truth, but he's been complaining a lot. I don't think he's super happy there. All right, one more play from me. I'm going to go first 7 innings under 5.5 runs between the Pirates and the Twins. Great pitching matchup today. Paul Skeens, enough said, one of the best pitchers in baseball, but he doesn't get run support, which is great when you're playing an under in this game. So the Pirates have been an under team all season long, 29-16 and 2 to the under away. Twins also an under team overall, and they have Joe Ryan going today, who the reason I'm going with first 7 in this is because he can go more than 5 innings. And so I like the first 7 under 5.5 runs, Pirates and Twins.
Good luck to you, Chelsea. And before we get to Kane Constable coming up next on Bet Sweats, we got to find out what's going on with the Donkster. Donkster, come here.
Good morning. Superman is being released today, and the reviews are in. Corey Woodruff from USA Today says Superman is a heartfelt joyride. Ben Wasserman from Film Forward says Superman succeeds as entertainment. But the Donkster from the Daily Tip says, when are Superman and Lois finally gonna get to third base? You're Superman, for God's sake.
Okay. Do you have a pick?
Mets, money line, facing the Royals.
Okay. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, class it up a bit. And we do that with Kate Constable. Kate, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. How are we?
I'm doing great.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
We're almost off work.
The weekend is here.
Yeah. How are you?
For us.
Yeah, just a couple
not
more
for
hours.
you.
I'm good. I know. We're just starting. Well, the weekend, we're only a couple hours away. We've got a good show. Jim Turvey's going to join us, talk a little WNBA. We'll talk, what are we going to talk? A little Summer League. We'll talk Home Run Derby. A lot of good stuff.
Okay. That sounds great. Cooper Flag. Bronny James.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Let's go. Okay. Great to see you. Have a great show. Have a great weekend. Always good to hear from you. Yeah, you bet. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, Dylan Mitchell, David Double D Dykstra, and the Donkster. I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great weekend and stay fit and humble.
Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Welcome into Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. He's Sam Panayotovich. I am Kate Constable in for Joe today. Got a lot to get to as we get you ready for the week. Jim Turvey of the Action Network and Roto Grinders on the WNBA coming up in about 20 minutes. Caitlin Clark is in action tonight. We'll have a little Wimbledon update. The semifinals starting here. Well, I think one of the matches actually just kicked off. So we'll give you an update on that. We'll talk today's MLB card. Also a little NFL action. Who's going to lead the league in passing yards this season? And a lot more to get to today. Sam, how are we doing this morning?
Kate, happy Friday. So much reaction yesterday. Our show reviewed the movie Hardball, which Joe had never seen. I don't know how. I hope you've seen Hardball.
I've seen it. It was a very long time ago that I couldn't recall like literally anything from the movie other than a little kid. What was his name? Like Baby G or something?
G Baby, close enough.
G
I mean,
Baby,
you were
okay.
right.
Okay.
You were right there.
I know more than Joe.
Joe had never seen it, to which I said, it's a Little League coach who goes into gambling debt. It's right up your alley. So he watched it. We reviewed it yesterday, and we got more traction and feedback and messages about Hardball. So the Bet Sweats family and friends watching Hardball all day yesterday and sending texts over. So that was very funny. My night, though, came to a screeching halt. I don't know if you saw this in Major League Baseball. I had the Mariners yesterday, and it's been a really nice week for the show. We've had a steady stream of winners. Seattle's up 5-0 going into like the 8th inning, and the Yankees win 6-5 in 10. And it's just one of those results where you have to just look up and ask why. Ask the gambling gods why. When you're doing so well and the show is doing well, and then you have a team that's minus 8,000 on the money line, and you're up 5-0, and then the Yankees scratch back, claw back, end up tying the game, winning it in the 10th. Yankees at one point were as high as 30-1 on the money line. You just have to learn that will happen in sports, specifically in baseball. It is a bitch to bet sometimes. You're up 5-0, and you got one of the best closers in baseball on the hill coming into the 9th inning. What do? I mean, you make the right call, you handicap it right, and sometimes you can still lose.
Yeah, those are the ones where you're on the right side. It just doesn't come out for you in the end. I mean, not only were the Mariners up 5-0 going into the 8th, Brian Wu had a no-hitter going into the 8th as well. And then Jazz Chisholm ruins that with a leadoff single. And Chisholm, I don't know when this was announced yesterday. I want to say after you guys were off the show, at least. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jazz Chisholm now and Brent Rooker, the two finalists for the Home Run Derby. And Chisholm yesterday had an impact in the Yankees rather. 6-5 win in extras. Aaron Judge getting a hit in the 10th to drive in that final run. Anything else in Major League Baseball yesterday, Sam, that you want to vent about?
No, that was it. I only made one bet. It only happened in that one game. So I just wanted to talk about my sorrows for 2 minutes and then move on with my life. But that's a tough one. It is what it is. And
that's
the worst
a very
part,
tough one.
You get people that will tweet at you like, oh, get them next time. Or that's why you should bet the first 5. Stop. Give me a break. Seattle's up 5-0. Like, they should win that game 99% of the time. And I will say, years ago that would happen. Like if that happened to me on a Thursday getaway day, if that was a 1:00 game at Yankee Stadium instead of a 7:00 game, I probably would have gone on tilt and bet the night game. But at this point in my life, when those beats happen, you just turn the page and live to bet another day.
Yep. Yankees now have 4 straight wins after 6 straight losses to start the month of July. They have one final series against the Chicago Cubs to close things out before the All-Star break starts essentially on Monday with the Home Run Derby. Did you catch any Summer League action yesterday, Sam? We had Bronny James. We had Cooper Flag in action, the highest get-in ticket in quite some time in Vegas to watch those two.
Cooper Flag took 21 shots yesterday, which I did not expect. That's a lot. 0-5 from 3, 5 of 21 from the floor. Played 32 minutes. He looks the part. He didn't play that well, but he's also going to learn on the fly. There's too much raw talent there. Finishes with 8 points, 6 boards, 4 helpers, 3 steals, a block, only 1 turnover, which is good to see. Not a turnover machine. And he wasn't a Duke either. The shot's going to come. If that's the biggest issue right now, they're going to work on that shot. But you have to imagine there were a bunch of nerves there for his first ever Summer League game. And it's just going to happen that way. He's going to be fine. Bronny, your guy, he stinks. I'm done with Bronny. Awful.
My guy? Who said he's my guy?
He's your guy. He is. Not my guy.
Bronny's not my guy. Bronny's not my guy. I did think that Bronny looked better. Like he's looked like he's improved from last year. He's more decisive in what he wanted to do, taking that first shot of the game. I mean, maybe that's enough for people to be like, okay, yeah, Bronny's back. Most improved this upcoming season. Bronny's still not going to get minutes in the NBA. He can get minutes in Summer League. Scored 8 points, 2 of 8 from the field, 1 of 6 from deep. Like, it wasn't a great performance from Bronny. And Sam, like father, like son, takes the game winner, the step back 3, and no go. Lakers lose. Bronny had the shot at the game winner, but not getting that one to drop yesterday.
Yeah, social media would have exploded if that ball went in. This is the year of Bronny as he buries the game winner in the Summer League. But in Bronny fashion, brick. 87-85 Mavericks get it done. That's a lot of shots for Cooper Flag. I know that will not be an issue in the regular season because he's going to be playing with guys like Anthony Davis and Kyrie and Klay Thompson. So he's not going to have to carry the load. That's the best case for Cooper Flag. You come into a team that, while it doesn't have Luka anymore, there are some pieces and some vets and some guys that Dallas can lean on. So for him to come out, he's the most talented player on the Summer League roster. It's not even close. He was aggressive for sure. Shot didn't go in, but it's the other things he does. Again, 6 boards, 4 assists, 3 steals, a block, only 1 turnover. That's a pretty nice stat sheet, aside from only having 10 points, but he's going to be just fine. I have no concerns about Cooper Flag.
Yeah, I don't either. Like you said, he looks the part. He looks comfortable on the floor. He looked like the best player out there, despite 5 of 21 from the field. And I mean, Summer League is more so for, in terms of like finding out who players are. It's for the players that kind of come out of nowhere and surprise you, those late second round picks. Or it's for the players that you take high and all of a sudden don't look at all the part and are struggling in Summer League. Like those are the 2 types of players that you're looking out for. If Cooper Flag only scores 10 points and then continues to have a stat line like this for the next couple of games, I don't think the Mavs are worried whatsoever that won't translate once the season starts, once he has a full training camp, all of that stuff. So Cooper could play as bad as he possibly could. And yesterday he said after the game, that was the worst game he's ever played in his life. I think that might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but he doesn't need to go out and prove anything in Summer League. He just needs to play solid and get those NBA reps, even though this is Summer League, not the top of the cream of the crop in the NBA that he's going up against. But that's what's important for Cooper Flag over these next couple of weeks. Ace Bailey playing today for the Utah Jazz. He was the 5th overall pick. Didn't really want to go to Utah, but they took him anyway. The Jazz play the Hornets this afternoon. Another full slate of games for NBA Summer League. Sam, also a little 4th of July mishap. Najee Harris injures his eye with the firework. He's out for a little bit. He'll be back for the start of the regular season. Not expected to miss any time, but a little firework accident on the 4th.
I don't know why any professional athlete that has so much to prove, so much money to make, is blowing off fireworks. I just don't. I mean, look, I understand fireworks are fun and people like to blow them off. But when you're a multimillionaire athlete, why? I just don't get it. It reminds me of the Giants player, Jason Pierre-Paul, way back in the day, like 2015 maybe. He was a DN for the Giants, and he had to have his right index finger amputated on the 4th of July because he was like holding a Roman candle in his hand, and it backfired. And then he played with essentially a club at the end of his career on his hand. I don't understand it. Selfishly, I have Omarion Hampton to be the rookie of the year. So
that would be nice for you.
Well, I mean, if Najee Harris has another firework incident, maybe Omarion Hampton is the clear-cut RB1 in Los Angeles, but you never want to see something like this. I never understand two things. How do athletes drink and drive, and how do they blow off fireworks? Don't you have somebody that can do that for you?
Well, I guess Najee Harris did, and one of the guys he was with actually had a finger taken off in this firework incident as well. So there are multiple casualties with this group shooting off fireworks. I mean, I haven't been there in terms of losing any limbs, Sam, but back in the day, my family was shooting off fireworks on the 4th of July off the end of our dock, and all the kids, and I'm like 12, 13, we're sitting on this water tramp, like watching the fireworks go off. And one of them falls on its side right before it's about to launch and shoots straight at all the kids on the water tramp. And so this thing's blowing up like right above our head. That could have been really bad. So I feel for the firework accident people. There's still probably better ways to do fireworks where you can avoid that some of that stuff. But to your point, especially professional athletes, like be a little bit smarter when you have so much money on the line, especially, I don't know, month away from when those the 4th of July is. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You ever had any firework accidents?
Oh, yeah, when I was 12 years old and we used to light off all these fireworks in the alley. But I'm almost 36 years old now.
You're not 12 anymore.
No, I have better things to do. Like if I blow out an eye or have to get a finger whacked off because I was stupid with a firework, no, I don't do risky things anymore. Like I got some buddies, you want to go ride motorcycles? No, I have no interest in getting on a motorcycle. At 18, sure. Not now. Those days are done.
Yeah. Motorcycles, not the safest thing in the world. Okay, let's go over to Wimbledon because we have one of the semifinals going right now. Taylor Fritz, number 5, going up against the number 2 seed, Carlos Alcaraz. And right now, Alcaraz is up. Well, Alcaraz just took that first. No, we are suspended.
Oh.
What do we got? Rain in Wimbledon? Suspended. Alcaraz is up 5-4 in the first game, first set. I'm not a tennis person, Sam. What do we call that?
It would be the first set. Yes. So 5-4. I'm looking live spread right now, or live money line. Alcaraz minus 1,200 at BetMGM. So
because Amir just threw in our chat, injury timeout, a medical injury for Fritz. So that probably explains why Alcaraz is such a heavy. Oh, he just scratched. Woo, that sucks.
Oh, it's over? Damn.
Yeah. Amir, do you know what exactly happened?
No. Guys, we're still alive. He did not scratch. He got a scratch. So they just had to patch him. They just had to patch him up a little bit.
Oh, okay.
He had to cut a little bit of blood, medical timeout. He's back out there. We still got Wimbledon action going. No worries.
Kate just murdered Taylor Fritz live on our show.
Thank you for clearing that up. Taylor Fritz is still in action, everyone. He was not scratched from the match. He had a scratch. Didn't have a firework explosion, straight to the eye. Just a little scratch in that
Taylor
first set.
Fritz.
We're back in action. What a way to start the day.
R.I.P. Taylor Fritz. Live number there, Alcaraz minus 1,600 now at BetMGM. And then, of course, the one that is supposed to be much tighter is Sinner and Djokovic. That's about 10:30 Eastern, give or take.
Yep.
And Sinner about a $2 favorite. Some places a little bit higher, $235, $245 Amir likes Djokovic. And happy to hear Amir's thoughts coming up later on this hour about Wimbledon. I also can't wait for you to break down the circus that is the W. Every time I look up, there's more drama. I understand it. It's why people watch the Kardashians and Vanderpump Rules. That's what the WNBA is right now. It is just drama on drama on drama.
It's a reality TV show mixed in with a little RG3 as well. That guy, he's always in the middle of drama, it feels like. We'll talk WNBA coming up next with Jim Turvey. We've got Caitlin Clark in action today. Then a little Wimbledon talk about 40 minutes from now. You're listening to Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. on the BetMGM network.
Clark, the Fever in action tonight in Indianapolis, hosting the Atlanta Dream. Fever 2.5-point favorites in that game. They're coming off of a kind of a brutal loss a couple days ago to the Golden State Valkyries. Lost by 20-some. We'll see if they can bounce back today. The Sun and the Storm, a rematch of 2 nights ago. The Sun were 18.5-point underdogs in that game. They win outright. And now this game is back in Seattle. We got another double-digit favorites in the Seattle Storm. They're laying 17.5, 18.5, depending on where you look right now. So to break down, Sam, some of this WNBA action and a look at the futures market as we near the All-Star break, we bring in Jim Turvey. He hosts Bucket's WNBA edition on the Action Network. You can also find his work over at Roto Grinder. Jim, we appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Caitlin Clark in action today. What did you take away from her first game back from injury against the Valkyries, and how you expect her to respond today?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that first game back, you said it was a tough loss. They did not look like everything was clicking. You know, the last time, because she's missed games a couple times this season. The first time back after her first injury there, she came back and had one of her best games of the season. They beat the Liberty. She looked like the best player on the planet. She looked awesome. So I was actually on Caitlin in this return spot. I thought that the Fever had a good chance in the game. I was on her over in terms of threes. There's been a little discussion of her like home road splits this season, but I was listening to another show talking about how they thought it was more like rest spots versus, back-to-backs, which I actually think is really smart. And if you're looking to bet in the future, I think the home road is less of a thing and it's more rest versus, no rest with Caitlin. But she had plenty of rest and before this game. Now it was probably rehab more than rest, but she came back that first game from injury and looked great. This time, not so great. She had a tough time against Natalie Nakase's defense, which, shout out to her. She's the leading candidate for Coach of the Year right now. What she's doing with the Golden State Valkyries is just amazing. So, things looked a little sketchy for them. I do think they're still trying to figure out this whole new team. That Caitlin's been in and out of the lineup so much that I think they haven't fully figured out their team. So we'll talk through things, but I'm looking to kind of fade them again today, potentially, as they kind of figure things out and their new rotation and all that.
All that said, we're halfway through the regular season right now. So, we had this 100%. Conversation about a month ago, and I vividly remember Kate and I talking about just get her healthy for the playoffs. Is there a world where they don't make the playoffs? Should we have that conversation?
It's an interesting point. I think they still will make the playoffs. There's a couple of teams kind of lingering right around the bottom of the post. Like the Washington Mystics are incredible. They beat the Aces last night. The Aces themselves are kind of lingering around the bottom of the playoff. I think that one team is going to kind of slip and we'll have Fever get in like the 7-8 seed. I definitely don't think that they're contenders this year, though. I think in the long term, I think that they're very, the future is very bright there. Caitlin Clark and Leah Boston, you'd be hard pressed to come up with a better tandem for the future. But I really don't think that they're contenders if you look at the WNBA as a whole right now. There's so many teams at the top. There's New York, obviously, Minnesota, obviously. Those are the two teams that are in the finals last year. They're not going anywhere. They're playing outstanding this year. There's also Phoenix Mercury, Atlanta Dream, Seattle Storm has all been excellent. I wouldn't pick Indiana in a series against any of those teams. So the ceiling is there for Indiana in the long term, especially. I absolutely love the fit of Caitlin and Aaliyah Boston as probably two of the five. If you're drafting a team moving forward today, I think those two would be two of the 5 players you would take first overall. But this season, I'm not particularly high on them. The ceiling's always going to be there, but you pulled up the odds here. I don't think the Fever should have the 4th shortest odds. I would have the Dream ahead of them. I would have the Storm ahead of them. I might even have the Aces ahead of them. And I certainly wouldn't have them like on par with the Mercury. I would have them a full tier below. So I think it makes sense. The Fever are the most popular team in the league. Caitlin's the most popular player in the league. It makes sense that there's going to be you have to pay a little bit of that. It's like the Lakers or Knicks in the NBA, right? Where you're paying a little extra because they're so popular. So I think that they're still overrated in this market. But Caitlin's Caitlin. She can always prove folks wrong and maybe spin it around. But as of this second, it's hard for me to imagine them really being a fair plus 550 odds to win the title from what I've seen, at least.
Jim, a team that outside the top two. I guess I was going to say they're further down the board. They're not that much further, but the Phoenix Mercury, they've kind of come into form over the last couple of weeks. A slower start to the season, a lot of injuries, but now they add Dewana Bonner. What does she do? And she comes over from the Fever after getting waived by the Fever. She's joining this Mercury team where she started her career. Her fiance, Alyssa Thomas, plays for the Mercury, so there's comfortability there. And Dewana Bonner, she didn't show a whole lot in Phoenix or in Indy this year. Situation wasn't the best, but she's still a high-level player. So what does she bring to this Phoenix team that, I guess, doesn't make you think that they have a decent shot at winning the title at plus 650?
Yeah, I absolutely love this Phoenix team. This Phoenix team, if you listen to Buckets WNBA, this is a team that Dano and myself, we gave out title at like plus 1,600, maybe even like earlier in the season, plus 2,500. It's been a team that I've been interested in all year. Alyssa Thomas is playing incredible. They, talking about Indiana and like how kind of semi-excusing their struggles by saying, Caitlin's been in and out. Phoenix has had players in and out of the lineup all season, but they've managed to find like the talent around their big three. Really credit to Nate Tibbetts there, another contender for Coach of the Year. I shouted out Natalie Nakase earlier, but Nate Tibbetts has been doing awesome in Phoenix. Bonner's a really interesting fit. I think theoretically it makes a lot of sense. They could use a scorer off the bench. I know some smart people who are a little bit skeptical of the fit. There's also rumors of her potentially of them also eyeing Emma Miesemann. If they get Emma Miesemann and Dewana Bonner, suddenly you have a 5-person unit that is about as good as you'll find in the WNBA. So I really like this Mercury team. I think even as is, they're a very legitimate title contender. And Bonner, I think this team is smart enough to know how to use her. And if she's hitting her shots, keep her in. Like give her 30 minutes that game. If she's not, they have so many options. They've discovered all of these kind of undrafted rookies that have been playing incredible for them. I've loved watching them night after night. They really bring a lot of energy. They bring a lot of cohesion. And Alyssa Thomas at the middle, she's kind of propelled herself probably into the number 2 spot in the MVP conversation right now. I really love this Mercury team. I found I'm a Liberty fan, but I found myself really rooting for the Mercury night after night because they're just really fun. Those crowds there are good too. It's just a good style of basketball. So I definitely am all about the Mercury this season.
I have a buddy who's been betting opposing centers against the Fever, points over, and he claims it's a very good angle. Like the Fever, not very good at protecting the paint, protecting the rim. So he likes to play the opposing center. Other guys I know like to play certain guards against other teams. We've also seen maybe the most popular storyline of the season, Angel Reese to miss her first shot. That's been all over social media. Is there a pattern or a trend or an angle that you've sort of looked at, whether it be against a team or against a certain player?
That's pretty interesting. I don't know if I go as like locked in as every game I'm going X, Y, or Z, but I do definitely think that it's smart to kind of look at, what teams like part of the Fever thing is it's very interesting that opposing centers do well against them because Leah Boston's one of the best defensive centers in the league, but they have a scheme that funnels a lot of shots away from the 3-point line and inside the arc. One of my favorite bets today is Natasha Howard. I'm looking at her like points and rebounds potentially because in that game as well, the Atlanta Dream do a really good job of funneling play. They don't allow many threes. Neither team in that game actually allow many threes. So they're both funneling people into the paint. So I think that that's a way to kind of like schematically do it. And then, choosing spots like that because the inverse, someone like the Valkyries really like to actually let teams shoot threes, but the players they want to. They're going to kind of funnel 3-point shots to players they don't think are very good 3-point shooters. Yeah, you can kind of play on that though. Someone who's maybe not a great 3-point shooter is going to get a lot of looks against the Valkyries. So if anything, you can play an over there with a player who's maybe not that good, but they're getting shots funneled to them because Natalie Nakase's system is so strong in doing that. So definitely little edges and angles like that that throughout the season will pop up. I always like to make sure that they kind of make sense. Like the logic to them makes sense beyond just this has happened a bunch because it can be pretty easy to get trapped in those I'm not the biggest trends guy. Like, last 7 games, this has happened. It's like, well, is there a reason for it? Or is it just like, you flipped a coin and 7 times you landed on heads. So I think combining, the trends with the analysis and the kind of wherewithal of what's going on in the league. So that's why I always say the more you watch the W, the more you're going to kind of, stumble across those. You'll have smart broadcasts talking about stuff like that you can pick up or just, yourself if you're watching.
We're talking with Jim Turvey. You can find him on X at Turvey Bets. Also check out his work at Roto Grinders, the Action Network, hosts Buckets WNBA podcast, and Bet She Wins pod as well. Jim, today's matchup, the Fever and Dream. You mentioned that you might be fading the Fever today in an area or two. These teams have played 3 times this year. Dream have covered twice, and they lost by the hook and one other time. So these games have been very competitive, and the Dream have been good, really good against the Fever this season. So Indiana laying 2.5 at home, total 167.5. Is there any play on the total or side, or even just a lean that you have in this game?
Yeah, I lean towards the Atlanta side. This line basically implies that these two teams are around even. Indiana's got pretty good home court, so maybe you could say it's implying that Atlanta's like a half-point dog or something. I think Atlanta's in a tier above Indiana right now. So, but they've also struggled in close games. Is one thing that's kind of weird about Atlanta this season. Maybe not weird. I actually think it makes sense. Again, if you watch it, their offense kind of gums up late. It doesn't look. They don't finish games super strong. So I'm kind of leaning into the weirdness of this season so far. I'm going to play the Atlanta on an alt spread. So I'm going to play Atlanta minus 7.5. You can get plus 350 at that. You mentioned they blew them out once. One was a close game, and actually Indiana kind of struggles in close games too. But to me, that one doesn't make as much sense. Their late game offense actually looks pretty good. So I want to be on the Atlanta side, but I want to get a little bit of a longer number. And I want to say, I want to kind of script it out of Atlanta wins this game, but it's not close. If it's close, I'm gonna be a little bit nervous of Caitlin at home. Like again, if it's a 2.5, if it's like a 2-point game late, I'm fine losing that outcome. But if I can get like a plus 350 on Atlanta alt here, which I think Atlanta is the better team. I think they match up pretty well as well. Taking away those threes like we talked about, it's gonna be tough for Caitlin. So I'm on the Atlanta side in this. Ironically, my favorite player prop for the game is Natasha Howard. Like I said, I think she can have a good game, and the Fever can still struggle in general because of the script with Atlanta forcing teams off the 3-point line. That's a key thing for Carl Smesko. So I do like the Atlanta side, but I'm going to play it a little bit longer number. I don't hate if you just take, the outright money line or the 2.5, but personally, I kind of want to get a little cute, maybe hopefully not too cute, and play the alt spread here to get a little bit of a longer number.
Last thing I've got, Jim, MVP market. Collier's out to minus 500 at BetMGM, more expensive at other places. Is there anything to do in that market? I know you're not going to tell us to lay Collier, but Alyssa Thomas is 10-1. Clark is 13, which I'm not interested in. I don't think she's going to play enough. Stewie's 15, and then Asia Wilson's 100. Is there anything outside of Collier we can do?
Yeah, I think Alyssa Thomas is, if you really want to do something right now. I mean, Fee has missed a couple games here and there. I think she's missed 4 games this season. She'd probably have to get to like 10. And I think that they're like, I think those are missed games that if she really needed to play, she could have played. So I think Fee is the play here. But Alyssa Thomas, I think, is a very fair second. And the Caitlin of it being, if she's at plus 1,300, she's not going to win it this year. She's missed a ton of games, and she honestly hasn't even played all that well in the game she has played. So that's kind of providing a little bit of value to bet into that market. But I think it's pretty much Fee. But I wouldn't hate a tiny little sprinkle on Alyssa Thomas. It's basically like injury insurance / if the Lynx kind of stumble down the stretch and Phoenix really hits the turbo. Like if Phoenix finishes ahead of Minnesota in the standings, there's a world where Alyssa Thomas could win this. I just think there isn't a ton of value. I think it would more be if you really like, I got like a boost and I need to use it on this MVP or something like that. Alyssa Thomas is the only one who I see even like a little bit of value on there.
Jim, real quick, 30 seconds here. The Sun and Storm, they played the other night. Sun upset the Storm for their 3rd win of the season. Now they're in Seattle. Another massive number. How do you play this one on when teams have back-to-backs?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a blowout this time. Now, I thought it was going to be a blowout the first time, but I really think now you beat Skylar Diggins by that much. She's not going to let it go. And I think the way to play it, I've got Tina Charles under her points. She was the player who had the best game against them. I think all eyes are going to be on her. The Storm front court is one of the best defensive front courts in the league. Tina has Tina's an older player, and she has kind of I noticed a pattern of after her biggest game, she kind of slips the next game. I think it makes sense. Tired legs after heavy usage. So I'm taking her under on points today is the way I'm going to approach that.
Love it. Jim, we appreciate you taking the time. Appreciate all of your insight. Best of luck on your bets tonight, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks so much for having me on. Bye.
That is Jim Turvey of the Action Network. You can find him on X at TurveyBets. Good stuff, Sam. You betting any WNBA tonight? Are we going to have that in lightning bets from you?
I'm tailing whatever you bet. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. I'm not betting baseball today. Off the Mariners thing, I'm done. Vacation next week. I'm tailing your buckets, and then I got a Heisman bet that we're going to talk about later in the show. Oh. But I will be happy to follow you to the waters of the W, wherever you take me.
All right. Well, I'll have a few for you in lightning bets. A little tease here. One of them might be the team playing the Indiana Fever, especially after what Jim said, kind of reinforced some of my thoughts on that game. Coming up next, we take a look at Wimbledon, what's going on. Fritz and Alcaraz in action right now. And Amir is going to join us to break down some of what's going on at Wimbledon. That's next here on Bet Sweats with Sammy P and Kate Constable.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
taken place. We're going to dive into that a little bit deeper. Amir, our producer, is going to join us and tell us what's going on at Wimbledon right now. Coming up in about 20 minutes from now, we'll go over today's MLB card. Sam has already said he doesn't have any bets on the board today in Major League Baseball. We'll see if that actually sticks. He did good with the NHL playoffs hockey. Said it wasn't going to bet any hockey. I think you followed through with that, Sam, didn't you?
Oh, I didn't bet anything in the Stanley Cup final, and I was so proud of myself because I would have been on the Oilers, and they did not
that wouldn't have turned out well for you.
You got to know when to stop the bleeding, Kate. There's one thing I'm good at. Know when to stop the bleeding. But the good thing about the MLB card segment is that we do have fresh odds for the home run derby. And I have a couple beats over the years in the derby that I want to sort of have a therapy session about that maybe I'm still not quite over yet. I had a guy at 11-1 one year who lost in the final. And I still think about it every time I see home run derby odds. So we'll get to that. But yeah, it's a pretty wide open event, as it always is.
Yeah. I will gladly be your therapist today, Sam, and let you vent on your home run derby losses. That's, again, coming up in about 20 minutes from now. For now, though, Wimbledon. And I just saw this interesting little stat on X, guys. Wimbledon strawberries. This is Jeff Darlington from ESPN reported this. They're handpicked every morning, and they arrive by 9 a.m., and any strawberries that don't get eaten that day are turned into jam with a fresh batch arriving the next day. Fresh strawberries hand-picked every day at Wimbledon. I would like to know how much those cost. It's probably like $15 for a tiny little carton, because you go to the farmer's market and strawberries are like $10. Wimbledon, they're jacking those prices up pretty high, I would imagine.
I didn't even know this was a thing. Amir, were you aware of the strawberry sensation at Wimbledon? I had no clue.
I typically keep it straight to the tennis, but hey, always good to learn a new tidbit here and there. When I finally make it out, I have to indulge in some strawberry jam.
Pounding strawberries, making bets. I see Alcaraz is minus 800 live. So if he wins, Kate, you're saying he's going to go just get some strawberries, go to town, wait for the final? Is that the game plan?
I guess. I mean, I didn't know the strawberries thing was a thing either until I saw that on Twitter. So yeah, I mean, maybe strawberries for the winner afterwards, a little refreshing snack once you advance to the finals. Amir, looking at this match right now, Alcaraz, like Sam just said, very heavy favorite. Any shot that Fritz comes back in this one?
The odds are very slim, even with Fritz is the best grass player that America has, but Alcaraz is the best grass player in the world. I mean, and just his resilience. This is a match that's really tough, especially when your calling card is your serve and you get broken the first game with the first set. It's just like, that just speaks to how good Alcaraz is. He's won Wimbledon 2 times in a row, even just leading up to this tournament. It's just his ability, his athleticism to return the ball on. If you ever played soccer, when you play in the rain and it's grass and it skips and it stays low, it makes it really hard to stay in front of. Just like his reflexes are insane. He returns. He's been winning, at least coming into this tournament. He's won almost 33% of the first serves he's received on grass for his career. So, and then he also he breaks in a quarter of the games that he returns on grass. So regardless of how well you serve, he pretty much always keeps it in play. And I've seen him down a set and the other guys serving to win in the second set. Like, he literally needs to score 1 point to win the match, and Alcaraz has still been like minus 110 or something to win. So through 5 sets, I don't think he has the lungs to keep up with him. And ultimately, Alcaraz, I think no matter what, just wins Wimbledon. But there is intrigue on the other side.
No doubt. And I want to get to that because you gave that as a lightning bet yesterday, the Sinner Djokovic match. But to the point about taking down these favorites, you got to basically clip them early. You know, you got to get an early lead and try and sit on it. You can't expect to let them take the first couple of sets and then come back. You just can't rally against the best players in the world more times than not. So that price closed at minus 555, give or take. And now we're seeing like minus 750, minus 800, minus 900. This is a fluid market. It's going to change after basically every ball. But Alcaraz in control for now. And then you had broken down the other semi. For those that didn't hear the show yesterday, Sinner minus 235 at BetMGM, Djokovic plus 190 What are you going to do here?
Yeah, he was plus 170. He has ballooned up to plus 190 since we talked about it when we wrapped up the show yesterday. I don't know. I guess part of that might have to do with Djokovic. It was a minor story that he skipped practice before this one. Mind you, he's won 24 majors. He's in his late 30s, so he knows Sinner's game well enough. They've played 9 times, and just in general, just got just maintenance when you get up there a little bit more. But personally, I'm still on Djokovic. I've seen him go down a little bit here and there, and I've just seen some weakness from Sinner. Honestly, I was on the side of a bad beat 2 rounds ago or a round ago when Sinner was playing Grigor Dimitrov, a guy who's dropped outside the top 30. He hasn't really been in a really top tier player in a couple, probably like 5 years, 6 years. But he was up 2 sets, and it was 2-2 in the third set against Sinner on grass. And he serves an ace and tears his pec and has to retire. I was in on that bet at plus 1,600. Bet voided. I was so sick. I was looking on. I was like, come on, I knew it wasn't going to happen. I was like, please, just as a courtesy, pay him out as winners. Everybody was on this. Come on, let's give everybody a win on this one. The books were not
courtesy.
Going for it, so
that's what the books are
I
doing
just had
these
that
days.
one. I had that one voided. But yeah, a guy who is nowhere near the caliber of Djokovic was up 2 sets on him, and he fell in that match and also had a little bit of an elbow injury on his serving arm, on that right arm, which that was fine to get him past Ben Shelton, but Djokovic is still leagues above him. And like I said, he's 2-0 against him on grass, both at Wimbledon. He's considered the greatest returner of all time. And I think it should be a lot closer. Not saying ultimately Djokovic definitely will win, but to get him at almost 2-1 is kind of crazy, considering his history. But Alcaraz will definitely win. It's going to be between these 3, as the last 12 majors have been won by 3 people: Alcaraz, Sinner, Djokovic. That's it.
All right, you have winning the whole thing if you have Djokovic and Alcaraz advancing.
Oh, definitely Alcaraz. He's just too fast. He's too fast. He returns everything. Hits the ball way too hard, for me personally.
I never get excited to bet tennis on my own. I need bets from other people. I'm not sure how the two of you feel. Double D, I don't know if you're firing soccer parlays. I know during football, you put together that big college football meat sandwich. Is anybody going rogue on tennis, or anybody have any tennis stories or tennis beats?
I do not bet tennis because I don't know what I'm looking for in terms of betting tennis. So if I ever place a tennis bet, it's because someone much smarter than myself has told me what to bet. And that's the pretty much the extent of my tennis betting. But I do have a Wimbledon story for you gentlemen. I went to Wimbledon. I was going in high school at 15, 16. My family went over to London. We get tickets to Wimbledon. But the trip over there, I decide I'm going to just pass out the entire flight and wake up in London, right? Who needs to be awake for the 8-hour, 9-hour flight? So I don't take just one Benadryl. I take 2 Benadryl. And I am out like a light. I am asleep in the line at customs. I'm asleep in the cab ride going to the hotel. And then it was we landed. We had a quick, drop our stuff at the hotel and then go straight to Wimbledon that day. I'm at center court watching Serena Williams, and I'm asleep in the stands. I could not wake up. I slept all day long. Who goes to Wimbledon? You're watching the best tennis ever, and you're asleep. I also saw, in quotes, Roger Federer that day, asleep for part of that. I could not stay awake. Biggest waste of money my mother has ever spent is on me going to Wimbledon because I slept through the whole thing.
Benadryl party at Wimbledon.
Yeah. I don't know what adult, because we traveled with another family. I don't know what adult told me that taking 2 Benadryl was a good idea. 1 Benadryl is probably plenty to knock you out for a flight. I don't need to be sleeping for 17 hours. I just needed to be asleep for 7.
I don't know how to follow that up. I don't know that anybody would go to Wimbledon and pound Benadryl. What? You just thought this is a good idea. I'm going to go see Serena and try and fight it. Try and stay awake the whole time.
Well, I didn't think it would last that long. It was by the time we got to Wimbledon, it was 12, 13, 14 hours probably since I had initially taken the Benadryl. So I figured I'd be, I would sleep the entire plane ride. That way, when we landed, I would be awake and alert and like have some energy. But I guess the Benadryl sticks in your system a whole lot longer than I thought it would.
Oh, there's a game. You could play Benadryl. It's actually, some people call it Benadryl. You just try and take 6 of them and stay awake. It's a very fun
Are
game.
You serious?
We used to do it in college. Like, you just take 6 of them and try and fight it.
That sounds extremely dangerous. Like, do we need to have a talk, Sam?
Kate, I was 21 years old. It's a long time ago. It's back when I used to blow off fireworks too. Double D, you're champing at the bit there.
Fireworks on Benadryl.
Well, my question, Kate, how old were you when you took this trip to Wimbledon?
I think I had just turned 16.
Yeah, your parents dosed you.
Yeah.
They straight up dosed you so you wouldn't be an issue on the plane.
Bringing my own Benadryl. It was like, hey, does anyone have anything for me to pass out on the flight? Like, give me a melatonin, give me a Benadryl, give me a Xanax, something. I guess someone gave me more than one Benadryl, and it didn't end well for me.
That wasn't Benadryl. I'm just going to say.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what it was, but I have
Take
pictures
these, Kate. It'll be okay.
And no one else was in my same state, so I don't know what was going on because everyone else was alert and awake and enjoying the tennis match that day. I was sawing logs at center court. Not a good look.
I might just for kicks. I might during the break. I might go pop 5 Benadryl. See if I can make it to the end of the show at noon. Just see how that goes.
Please
for
don't.
old time's sake. Yeah,
I
might
partner
do it.
on this show.
Show bet. In all seriousness, I'm tailing Amir. BetMGM plus 190 on the Joker. I'm going to hit that. That's at 10:30 Eastern.
I am as
coming
well.
Up pretty soon. Let's go, Djokovic. All right, coming up on the other side, today's MLB card. We'll also talk a little home run derby with a couple more participants locked in. You're listening to Bet Sweats with Sam Panatovich and Kate Constable here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Kate Constable, Sam Panayotovich here with you on Bet Sweats as we wrap up the week with you. Get you set for a weekend, and in Sam's case, a very long weekend/week. You're just a couple hours, 2 hours away from vacay, Sam, for a whole week. How does that sound?
Feels great. Ask me in about hour and a half from now when the Benadryl kicks in. I'm kidding. I didn't actually take Benadryl. I can't believe you've never played Benadryl before back in the day. Like when you
I never even heard of that.
When you're in college and maybe you're scrapping money together and maybe your paycheck is a little bit late and you need a little something to do, you take 5 or 6 Benadryl, and my buddy used to just say, "Fight it." And we'd be laying there like playing video games or watching a movie or something and start to doze off, and he'd yell, "Fight it." And you're trying so hard to stay awake, but you physically can't move.
At what point does that get problematic? Like, how many Benadryl till you're not waking up from that nap, Sam?
Oh,
feels like 5 or 6 might do it for me.
As it would for anybody who's never played Benadryl before. But he would get to 10. He'd take 10 and
Oh my goodness. And this man is still alive?
It's not like an everyday thing. Yeah, he's still alive. He's doing great. He doesn't play Benadryl anymore. But yeah, he would play. He'd take 10 of them, flick a movie on, and try and stay up for the whole movie.
That's a new game to me. If I ever try it, which I never will, I'll report back to you, Sam. But I'm glad you guys got that out of your system, both the Benadryl and the game in college. And you haven't taken any on this show because I'd like you to continue doing the show with me for the next 2 hours here. What you are not going to continue doing, Sam, is betting on Major League Baseball after yesterday's debacle with the Mariners and Yankees. Brian Wu taking a no-hitter into the 8th. Mariners are up 5-0. And then here come the Yankees to win 6-5. And Sam, your bet to lose in dramatic fashion.
Yankees get 3 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th, and then win it in the 10th. So Seattle's up 5-0 going into the bottom of the 8th. And again, 3 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th. We go to the 10th. Judge hits a sac fly. Yankees win 6-5. To put even more salt in my wound, Sarah Langs, who does a great job covering baseball at Slangs on Sports, S-Langs on Sports. Yankees are the first team to win a game where they had no hits and trailed by 5 runs or more through 7 since the Pittsburgh Pirates did it on June 24th, 1977. That's the last time we saw a team come back from something like that. So last night's game and the Pirates doing it in 1977, that makes me feel a lot better being a part of history. But I had a couple people, because I tweeted it out last night of something like Mariners money line ew or whatever I tweeted. And it got a lot of responses. One of the responses was a guy saying he took the Yankees live at 30-1. So good for him. I lost 1 unit. It was a 1-unit bet. Everything will be fine. But I applaud anybody that had the stones to come into a game where the team was getting no hit and bet that team at 30-1 and have the roller coaster ride of a lifetime, given that stat right there. I mean, it hasn't happened since 77. So you tip your cap to something like that. And look, I looked at the card today. I'm not going to make a baseball bet. We could talk about some of these games. I definitely want to talk about the home run derby odds that we have at BetMGM. But that's one of those games where I just kind of get up, Kate, like if it's a bad hand in poker or a bad hand in blackjack, just take my chips and hit the exit. Because the longer you linger, the more likely you are to be in trouble.
You look at the win probability chart in that game. I mean, it's pretty much Mariners like 99.9%. What is that? Heading into the 8th, and then it just takes a massive drop. You're falling off a cliff here, and all of a sudden it's the Yankees winning in extra. So, I mean, for that guy who had 30-1, great ticket there. Unfortunately, Sam, not the case on your end, but you were on the right side. Like, that's one of those bets where you have to feel good. Like, you had the right call. You handicapped it right. It just wild things happen, and something that hasn't happened since 77 comes along. You can't do much about that.
I don't have the urge to bet baseball today. And I'm the type of guy, when I go on vacation, I try and not only stay off my phone, but I try to not study the board and try not to bet. Like, if I get a text from somebody who says, hey, go bet this or go bet that, I'll put it in. But I try to detach, and my detachment will start a day earlier. Like, if that Mariners bet hits, I probably spray a baseball play again today, but I'm good. The one game that I did circle was 911. That's not the number I called when the Mariners lost. That's the rotation number on the game. 911 Tampa Bay with Rasmussen on the hill against Dobbins. So the Rays are at the Red Sox, and that's a 7:10 first pitch. I do like Tampa in the spot. That favorite has not flipped, but Tampa went from -115 and now Boston's -115. So, I mean, a very small shift, a little bit of a move to Boston, which I'm not scared of. I'm not scared of a 5-cent move or a 10-cent move for that matter. But I like Tampa. That was a game that I thought about, but then I was like, you know what? If you don't really like it, you don't have to play it. And I have no issue passing. I mean, you know that from me. I'm not going to force anything. I gave a winner on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, and then Seattle last night. So I feel good about the week. If I was going to play, if you said, Sam, you got to play something, I would go Tampa, but I don't really love anything today. How about you? Anything that jumps off for you?
I'm looking at Skeens and Joe Ryan going up against each other, Pirates and Twins. I mean, how do you bet games in which Skeens is pitching? Because his record is awful, and pitching records don't necessarily tell the full story at all. Skeens has been phenomenal this year. But the Pirates get absolutely no run support, 9 total runs in their last 6 games. And they're going up against Joe Ryan for the Twins, who's been great this season. High strikeout rate, low walk rate. Like, I feel like either an under here, or you just have to take Twins money line and kind of continue fading the Pirates record when Skeens is on the bump.
It's so unfortunate that they don't give that guy run support. It's a part of life, though, when you play for a team like the Pirates. And I actually saw, you'll love this. I saw this the other day. AI put together a projection of the 2030 season. They basically just projected who's going to lead the league in wins and home runs and strikeouts. I think MGM actually posted this tweet. Paul Skeens, according to AI, is going to lead the league in strikeouts in 2030 for the New York Yankees.
Ooh.
I mean, that would make sense. I mean, that's probably... If it's not the Yankees, it's the Dodgers or the Mets or the... I mean, it's got to be some team that has the financial ability to pay that guy. It's not... The Pirates are never going to pay Paul Skeens $300 million. They don't have it. So I did see that and laugh like, oh, of course, Paul Skeens of the Yankees per AI in 2030.
It makes sense, right? Like you said, if any team that's going to be spending that type of money, it's those teams that always spend that type of money, Yankees being one of those. I mean, I hope for Paul Skeens' sake that he gets to a position where he's having a more success than what he's having in Pittsburgh. Wins wise, I know he's having a lot of success in his own personal performance this season. All right, Sam, what do we do? Dodgers and Giants. Dodgers staring at 7 straight losses. Their offense has been terrible, just swept by the Brewers, only 4 runs there. You have Dustin May. He has been awful on the road. ERA of just under 7 in his 7 road starts this season. And then you have Logan Webb going for the Giants. He's been great at home, 4-1 record, ERA 1.52. I think you play the Giants here, whether or not you want to lay a big price on the money line or take them 1.5. I guess the big price on the money line is not that big, -130, because you are playing the Dodgers. Like, at what point do the Dodgers right the ship? I don't think it happens tonight. I like the Giants here, but do you have a differing opinion?
I have no interest in betting teams on losing streaks. I just don't. I learned that a long time ago. Like when a team is hot, when they win 7, 8, 9 in a row, it's probably a good idea to play on them because things are breaking their way. Rhythm is good. Winning is contagious in baseball. And when you can string a nice stretch together, I don't like stepping in front of that. I used to. I remember one time, this is 10 years ago. I think it was Oakland. Actually, it may have been longer, maybe like 15 years ago. Oakland won 20 games in a row in the middle of the summer. Maybe like 2010, 2011. And around the 11-12 mark, I said, well, I can't keep this up. So I bet against them like 4 games in a row. And it went to 13, 14, 15, 16. And I said, all right, I'm done. I'll never forget that. I don't know. I just like the A's can't win this many games in a row. And then they won 4 more. So I'm good on fading the hot team or, in this case, betting on the Dodgers who are ice cold. Mm-hmm. For me, it would be Weber pass. I also think you're still getting a cheap price. Like, because it's the Dodgers and people bet the Dodgers every day, especially as a dog, this number is probably cheaper than it should be. I could make a case that Logan Webb should be minus 140, minus 150. But I don't know. May's got great stuff. So it's a game I'd pass, but if I had to bet this one, it'd be San Francisco. I agree with you.
All right, another good pitching matchup today. Scooball's going for the Tigers. He's been great. No earned runs, only 4 hits, 23 strikeouts in his last 2 starts. All of that combined going up against Luis Castillo. I know, Sam, not only are you not betting anything today, but you certainly, if you were, would probably not be betting the Seattle Mariners today. Detroit, I mean, a heavy favorite on the money line. 235. I'm looking at like a first 5 under, a Tigers first 5, just with how good Scooble has been. This Tigers lineup is hitting 235 against Castillo, so not sure they're going to have too much success early on in this game. So I would go under here just with this pitching matchup. Again, I know you're not betting these, but with how good Scooble has been, I feel like he's someone you can consistently back.
He's being priced. I mean, I remember when Cliff Lee was in his prime. Cliff Lee had a really strong run when he was with Cleveland and then eventually pitched with Texas. He was routinely in that minus 250, minus $3 range. Same thing with Chris Sale in his prime. The monetary respect and the market respect for Scooble right now is equal or greater to those guys, those lefties when they were in their primes. Cliff Lee, Chris Sale, and now Scooble. I have no reason to bet the M's for obvious reasons as of what happened last night. But the number 7 feels a little bit low. I might go over 7 full game. Okay. I know the Tigers are a wagon right now, and they've been playing really good ball all season. But to see minus 240, minus 250 against a really good pitcher in Castillo, that does feel a little expensive. But that's the respect that not only the bookmakers have, but the bettors have for Scooble.
We have Home Run Derby coming up on Monday. Damn. The final 2 participants were announced. We have Jazz Chisholm, Brent Rooker, O'Neal Cruz, your favorite, plus 340. We'll break this down in a little bit more depth coming up in about 40 minutes from now. But just quick thoughts off the top of your head with Chisholm and Rooker in. Or, I mean, you have some Home Run Derby stories you could tell us, Sam. What do you got?
I'll never forget the 2022 Home Run Derby as long as I live. That's a longer story, though. I don't have enough time to paint the picture for you right now. We can do that at the end of the hour. But my initial thought, I got the list up here at BetMGM. They've got prices on every player in the Derby. James Wood is my first look, and I'm going to shop around and see if there's a better price. MGM has plus 550. He's the big left-hander from Washington. Love his swing, love his game, and clearly, respected as one of the top guys in the event. Like I see guys at 10-1, 11-1, 13-1. So Woods in the top, maybe not the top tier, but the second tier price-wise, and I will probably bet him. That's my first thought. I usually try and make a bet, like a full unit bet, and then I bet a little bit on a longer shot. So I'll come in on one of the guys at 3, 4, 5 to 1, and then bet peanuts on somebody else at like 10 or 11 to 1. So that's how I handle it. But James Wood jumps off for me.
Wood is a name that I had circled as well. I think O'Neal Cruz probably has the best chance, which is why he is priced what he's priced at. So if you go a little bit further down the board, I also had my eye on Wood. But we'll talk a little bit more in depth coming up in about 30 minutes from now. Coming up next in about 5 minutes, NFL passing leaders. Who do we like to lead the league in passing yards? We'll talk about that next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Summer of love, especially for Tom Brady. Guy's having himself quite the stacked lineup this summer, Sam. First, he's dancing with Sydney Sweeney at the Bezos wedding, and now he's enjoying a what are they calling this? They're calling it a summer romance with Sofia Vergara. The two are enjoying time together in Ibiza, Spain. I mean, Tom Brady remains undefeated.
Didn't you say during one of the breaks, wait a minute, I thought he was dating Sydney Sweeney? I was like, so did I. I saw this the other day on X that there's a summer fling, according to multiple sources on the internet. This came out late Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. I was saving it for you because I figured Joe would have no interest in this, but Brady has just been, I mean, if you think of the names over the years for Brady, you got Bridget Moynihan, Giselle, Irina Shayk, Tara Reid, Kim Kardashian, Sydney Sweeney, and now Sofia Vergara. So that's quite a list. I don't know if it's Jeter-esque yet, but
it's getting there.
Good grief. I mean, you're adding Sofia Vergara to the roster now? Good for him, man. Good for him.
Apparently they were on the new Ritz-Carlton yachts that was like loaded with celebrities, and they were seated next to each other at dinner. That's all you need to spark a little love connection between two high-profile, very good-looking people, right? So now they're enjoying their cruise around Italy, Spain, hanging out with each other in the wild. Yeah. It's got to be good to be Tom Brady, but also, I mean, hey, got to be good to be Sofia Vergara. Tom Brady's a good-looking guy. Successful. Nothing wrong with that.
I feel like I wasn't expecting to go here, but if you were on a date with Tom Brady,
yeah,
he'd have like a tomato and an avocado. Like, wouldn't that be weird? Like, would it be a fun date? I don't know.
I would probably eat more than him. Gonna just throw that out there. I'm looking at the picture that they have in this article that I'm reading about it, and yeah, he looks malnourished. The guy's face is caving in. And it has been for a long time. Yeah.
He looks like a villain in like a comic book. He's like a comic book villain with the way the face is shaped now.
Yeah. It's the cheeks are caving in. He's got those high cheekbones, but they're only high because there's no meat on his face at all. And so that's all you can see. He's also had some work done. I mean, you can tell his face is perfect for a guy that's, I mean, not led a stressful life by any means, but playing in the NFL is a fairly high-stress job on a week-to-week basis. Like, he should have a few more wrinkles is what I'm saying. And yet, nope, he's just pulling chicks left and right. Age 47, Sofia Vergara, 53, just enjoying their later years of life. I feel like, you know, you get put on a yacht like that with a bunch of good-looking people and you're both single, like, you're bound to find someone on a excursion like that you kind of just couple up with and enjoy a couple weeks of the summer.
I'm very, very happy for them. Wink, wink. Very happy. Good for them. They can go get Botox together. It'd be one of their dates and go hang out and get the needles. That's a nice way to transition into current quarterbacks. You're seeing these markets at several sports books. These are the regular season stat leaders. And, you know, quarterbacks are very polarizing, and I think everybody has an opinion on a quarterback or two. It's a more popular market than rush yards, receiving yards, because it's a quarterback-driven league. I mean, look up every year in the NFC, AFC championship. It's usually the teams with the quarterbacks playing at the highest level. So I have this market here, most regular season passing yards. Joe Burrow's favored. Let's call it 5-1. Dak Prescott is the second favorite at plus 850. So they go out, they bring in George Pickens, they have CeeDee Lamb. That's a team that probably is going to be in a lot of close games, maybe trailing in a lot of games, so they have to throw the ball. It's not like, you know, they have the best team in the league, right? So you're not going to be sitting on leads and running the ball a lot. I think you're going to see more passing than you saw last year. And if Dak can stay on the field, we know what he can do. So Burrow's the first favorite, then Prescott plus 850, then Mahomes at 9-1. Any issue with the way that those guys are ranked? 1, 2, 3.
No. No issue. Burrow's going to continue to throw the ball a ton. His receiving core is great. His defense is not. Bengals are going to have to win games because of that offense. Dak, when he's fully healthy, George Pickens now, he's got another receiving target. And then Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes. So I don't have any argument with those top three. I think Baker Mayfield could be moved up a little bit. Or his odds are a little too long. That could be someone 12-1 that offers a slight bit of value based on what he's done in the last 2 seasons, really. He's had great performances. So I think he's someone that you could look at. But yeah, to answer your initial question, Sam, no argument with the top three. How about you?
No, Burrow makes sense. He led the league last year, 4,900 yards, just shy of 5,000. He had 4,918. He was unreal last year. If he was on a better team, they give him the MVP. But the Bengals, weren't great on defense. He had 43 touchdowns and 9 picks last year. That's an MVP season.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of years. Same with Lamar. Lamar had 41-4, 41 touchdowns, 4 picks, and 4,100 yards. Josh Allen gets the MVP. But last year, Burrow had 49-18. Goff had 46-29. And there's your guy Baker, 4,500. So that was the top three last year. Mahomes only had 3,900 yards. They really didn't do a lot in the regular season. And I think that's the bugaboo you have with Kansas City. They just need to get into the playoffs. They don't need Patrick Mahomes to throw for 4,000, 5,000 yards anymore. He doesn't need to do that for them to win because they're so good defensively and they win those margin areas. They're very good end of the second quarter, beginning of the third quarter. They're very clutch late because they have the best player in the league. But the stats have slid for Mahomes a little bit. So I wouldn't be betting him at 9-1. I think if you go down to Matthew Stafford and see him at 16-1, that's a number that sort of speaks to me. I'm not looking for a guy at the top. I mean, you nailed it on Burrow, the rightful favorite, but do you want to bet 5-1? You could probably bet 5-1 in October on Burrow. I don't need to bet that now. My plan of attack would be to find somebody in that 16 to 25-1 range and just see if I can get ahead of it. So the guys in that range are Stafford, Jordan Love, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, Michael Penix Jr. I'm out on Love. I don't think the Chargers are going to throw the ball enough. I mean, they have Harbaugh, and Harbaugh is going to run the ball. So I can scratch Love off. I can scratch Herbert off. I'm not betting Tua. I've just seen him get concussed enough to know that I don't want to bet that. So I'm thinking Stafford, maybe Trevor Lawrence. Maybe Liam Cohen can finally unleash Trevor Lawrence. He checks in at 22-1.
Sam, you read my mind. That's my pick right there. Someone further down the board. You look at what Liam Cohen did in his first season as offensive coordinator last year with Baker Mayfield, led Baker to the 3rd most passing yards, 4th most passing attempts, 3rd best completion percentage. And now you have a receiving core that, yes, you bring back Brian Thomas Jr., add Travis Hunter, and add Dame Brown, who Cohen has said Brown's been having a great offseason, and he's going to have a much bigger role in Jacksonville than he had in his first 4 years with the Commanders. Finished last season really strong, too. If you remember, in those 3 playoff games that the Commanders played in, he had 229 yards. He had 308 in the entire regular season. So all of a sudden, Brown starts, things click for him a little bit more. If he can kind of pick up where he left off last year, I know he's with a new team, a new organization, new offense. Maybe there's some learning curve there. But I think this receiving core, if Trevor Lawrence can be what we initially thought Trevor Lawrence was going to be coming into the league, like he has not lived up to expectations coming out of Clemson. He's had a tough go with some of the coaches, but like at some point you got to stop blaming the coaches, even though it's a valid argument. Like Trevor Lawrence just needs to prove himself. So 22-1, I'm with you. I think Trevor Lawrence is a great look there.
You can take shots in this market. I went back to 2018. Roethlisberger led the league in 18. Jameis Winston led the league in 2019. Deshaun Watson led the league in 2020. Then you had Brady, Mahomes, Tua led the league in 23, and last year Burrow, 24. There are some heavy hitters in that mix from 2018 on. Your Brady's, your Mahomes, your Burrows. But Jameis, I mean, what do you think Jameis was to lead the league in passing in 2019? Probably 30, 40 to 1. Same with Watson in 2020. So This is a market where you can take a shot. Double D, is it a suggestion or you actually like this guy at 25 to 1? Who is it?
I'm actually a huge J.J. McCarthy guy this year, and it has nothing to do with being J.J. McCarthy. It has everything to do with what he's working with on that offensive side. You can sit here and debate that he may have the two best wide receivers in all of the NFL. Debatable with Cincinnati. I get it. But he also has a tight end that's brutal. All three of them can run themselves open. We haven't seen what J.J. McCarthy can do throwing the ball because all they did at Michigan was really hand the ball off. But for those guys, and to have a fresher arm and a younger, talented quarterback such as J.J. McCarthy, I might sprinkle a little something on J.J. McCarthy at 25 to 1 to have the most passing yards because Justin Jefferson's a dude, Addison's a dude, and so is T.J. Hawkinson.
They also address the O-line, and they have built a really nice foundation. We had Paul Charchian on the show last month, and Charch would admit he's a Vikings guy, right? But he made the comment that he doesn't ever remember a quarterback coming into a better situation. I mean, think about the weapons that Double D just laid out. Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson. They go out and they get Ryan Kelly and Will Freeze from the Colts to play center and right guard. You have a first-round pick at left tackle. You have a first-round pick at left guard. And you have a second-round pick at right tackle. J.J. McCarthy also, he didn't play last year, but he was in the building last year. So he's well aware of what the system is supposed to be. It's a good situation for McCarthy. Am I going to bet it at 25 to 1, Kate? Probably not. But I certainly, I understand the angle, no doubt.
I looked at that one too, and a similar sentiment with you, Sam. I understand the angle. I understand the argument. It's a valid one. I will not be placing that bet. But if you do go back and look at Minnesota's quarterbacks the last two seasons, 2 years ago, 2023, Kirk Cousins was leading the league in passing yards, passing attempts through the first 8 games of the season before he got injured. Yep. He had 18 touchdowns through those first 8 games, 2,300 yards. Last year, Sam Darnold, who everyone has written off, including myself, going into last season on his entire career, basically, he finishes with the fifth most passing yards. So there is something to be said there, Double D, about KOC, Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, and what he's able to do with quarterbacks and that offense, especially with the weapons that he does have around him. My only argument to that is yes, you can say this is the best situation a quarterback is walking into, but didn't we say that 2 years ago, or I guess at the start of last season with Caleb Williams, best situation he's walking into? I know historically those organizations, those franchises are quite different in how they operate, but JJ McCarthy, I'm high on the Vikings this year. I think they could win that division. But there might be a little bit of a learning curve or a struggle through those first couple of games that puts him behind the 8 ball a little too much, Sam.
Yeah, but comparing Matt Eberflus and Kevin O'Connell is like comparing Michael Jordan and Harold Miner. It's just not a fair.
It's true.
It's not a fair fight. Look, I don't hate anybody coming into an attack plan with a Kyle Shanahan quarterback, a McVay quarterback, a Liam Cohen quarterback, a Kevin O'Connell quarterback. I mean, those guys are all in the same family. That's all under the Shanahan tree. And the McVay tree now has O'Connell and Cohen. Those guys just put quarterbacks in positions to thrive. And when you look at the roster there in Minnesota, if I was a young quarterback, that's where I want to play. I truly believe that is the best roster in the North. If the quarterback can deliver, that could be a special team. If he plays like a rookie, though, they're going to be, 9-8. So we'll see. Double D, you should bet it though. Don't be scared by Kate and I throwing shade on it. I think that's a player you have a pulse on. You bet it.
Double D is never scared. Never scared of the shade that gets thrown on his bets. The guy's firing 14, 17 leg parlays every Saturday during the college football season, and he loves it. All right, coming up on the other side, Home Run Derby. We love that. We're going to talk about the odds for the Derby coming up on Monday. Who should you be betting? Sam and I will tell you next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Sammy P, Kate Constable here with you on Bet Sweats. We're going to talk a little home run derby. Sam's got the moves too. The music on a Friday, Sam. You're feeling it because in an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes, you're off for the next week, which has to feel pretty nice. I will be in for you all next week, which is very nice for me too. So you can enjoy a nice vacation off and I'll just work for you.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Music is good. Vibes are good. Jake would play like some really sad stuff or like some heavy metal. Like Jake's very like, he's either going to play some indie stuff or some like,
Jake's
he's very, there's a lot of that. So I appreciate the funky Friday music that we got going here. Update on Wimbledon. Amir, you're following this one. I'm sure you're probably watching it live. I'm just watching the price. MGM is out to minus 2,000 on Alcaraz. But what are we seeing at Wimbledon in that semi matchup?
Yeah, Alcaraz now up 2-1, and now just won the first game of the fourth set. Fritz surprised me a little bit. He won the second set, and the price actually dropped to around 2-1. Fritz was 2-1, but like I said before, Alcaraz, he's got too much energy, too much stamina. He just hits the ball so well on grass. So now it's ballooned all the way back up to there. And I fully expect Alcaraz to just close it out on this one.
Yep, no value betting into that one at all with Alcaraz. The way he's playing, the way he's up right now, minus 2,000 over at BetMGM right now. Sinner and Djokovic, they are set to start. What do you call it in tennis? They're not set to tee off. They're not set to tip off. They're not set to kick off. What are they set to do? Set to hit?
Let's go first serve. First serve slated for 11:15, but even that feels a little premature. I think they're going to do 11:30. Obviously, you can't play them at the same time.
Right.
The show reminder, if you're just checking in for the first time today on a Friday morning, the show is tailing Amir and playing Djokovic. BetMGM has come off 190 down to 180, so a little bit of money in the last half hour or so on the Joker, but Sinner's still a handsome favorite, no pun intended, at minus 225, minus 230. We are tailing Amir. If it hits, we will celebrate. If it loses, we will blame Amir, because that's how it goes. But we are doing a show bet. Double D's nodding. We're hitting the Joker, and he's Serbian, like me. So I'm very excited to make this. Yeah, well, what do you think Panayotovich is? It ain't Russian or Polish, which is what everybody else thinks.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's like Stojakovic, like Peja Stojakovic.
Yeah.
Serbian.
It makes sense now. I have not, to be honest, Sam, like, I know this is probably, you've thought otherwise, but I don't sit around wondering what ethnicity, nationality you are. I don't think about that all that often, but it's good to know now.
You don't think about my nationality all the time? Really?
I don't think about your nationality often. Maybe a little bit more now. Serbian. So you're like the Joker.
Not athletically, just by name. So here's a trick for you. If you see the VIC, it's Serbian. If you see a shorter name with a C, like Tony Kukoc, Kukoc, Croatian. The shorter ones are usually Slovenian or Croatian. The longer ones with the VIC or the CH at the end, those are Serbian.
Huh. Okay, good to know. Have you been to Serbia?
No, it's on my list. So my brother pitched there. He pitched. This is a long story, but I'll make it very short. Team Serbia started to play baseball like around the world, and he pitched for Team Serbia back in 2016 or 17. They basically were just finding Americans with Serbian descent and like trying to get him on the team. And he actually pitched in this tournament. He did well, but the team, I mean, they were really bad because they don't play baseball in Serbia. He did pitch for Team Serbia.
Wow. I like it. I went to Croatia on my honeymoon a couple of years ago. That's not Serbia, but it's close by, and Croatia was beautiful. So I'm sure Serbia, if you ever get to take the trip out there, would be beautiful as well. Let's give out some big, beautiful home run derby bets, Sam. You look at the odds board over on BetMGM. O'Neal Cruz, the leader, plus 340. Cal Raleigh behind him, 375. Acuna, 425. James Wood, 550. And then we're up into the 8 and 10 to 1s, 13 to 1s range. So you mentioned earlier James Wood catches your eye. A couple things that I'm looking for, and I mean, maybe you can tell me if there's anything else that you look for that's different, but in terms of stats and kind of how to use those to predict who might win, barrel rate, swing speed, launch angle, exit velocity. What else are you looking for in a winner?
Just a nice price. That's mostly what I'm being honest with you. I mean, it's such a random event. I mean, you go through the list of all the guys that have won over the years, and there's a lot of guys that I didn't think were going to win. Like Todd Frazier won it one year, Robinson Cano, Justin Morneau, Bobby Abreu, Garrett Anderson. I mean, it's very random. Now you've had your fair share of favorites, of course. Pete Alonso goes back to back. Aaron Judge, Cespedes. It's a nice mix, but I basically just want to get the best price. And what I mean by that is I've got 3 books here. James Wood has a range 5 to 1, 550, 6 to 1. Bet the 6, right? That's the player that I like. And I don't want to bet a guy $3, $3.50. I'm looking for like $4.50 or higher just because I think it's mathematically enticing. That's all it is to me. So I'm trying to find somebody in that $4.50 or higher range. And the guy that I landed on is Wood. I like his frame. I mean, you need to have stamina in this event. It's a very taxing event. And I'll tell my 2022 story in a second, but guys burn out. And you look at James Wood and what he brings to the table. He's 6'7", 235 pounds with a very smooth swing. It looks relatively easy. There's not a lot of exertion there. I'm talking myself into the player, but I started basically with the number. I like that range, that like 5, 6 to 1 range. And of course, bet the 6, not the 5. As you would say, Kate, Blue Book has 5. MGM has 550. Green Book has 6. So that's just what you should always understand. There's more than one price in this market, but I'm drawn to the price on a big player with a relatively easy stroke. That's where I'm at.
All right. If you had to take someone that's in the 10 to 1, 11 to 1 range, those 4 at the bottom, 3 at the bottom, Rooker, Junior Caminero, and Jazz Chisholm. Jazz Chisholm swing. I know you're going more price, but like second fastest swing speed of all players, batters in this home run derby. That's important. The stamina you mentioned, the size, the frame of James Wood, O'Neal Cruz, those are the only 2 6'7" guys. So everyone else is a little bit smaller, but of the 10 to 1 range, and Double D, jump in if you have anyone you want to throw out there.
I was looking either Rooker or Chisholm. It sounds like, are you leading the witness here, Kate? Do you like Chisholm?
I like Chisholm a little bit. Wood is my favorite. But I mean, that's your bet.
Good.
I'll give you that
Let's
one.
go.
So Chisholm as my long shot.
Our bet. It's our bet.
Okay. Our bet. Yeah. Wood is my favorite, but someone in that 10 to 1 range. I like Chisholm.
Double D?
Let's make it 3 for 3. I was all over. Wood jumped out to me the moment I saw the numbers. He's been on a tear. As good a player as the Nationals have right now, my whole thing, and Jazz Chisholm's an interesting one. It would bring up the whole torpedo bat scenario again, which would light a fire under everybody, which I think is ridiculous. But for me, I got a question for you and Sammy really quick. For me, I think it's a mistake for Kyle Riley to be in the home run derby because you typically see the guys that are involved and go deep, which I assume he will, have a little drop-off after the All-Star break in their production in home runs. And he's having a lifetime year. So just to me, that I would be a little concerned if I was a Mariners fan.
Quick counter on that. If David Dykstra was leading the majors in home runs and they said, do you want to do the Derby? You'd say no?
I would acquiesce to my second cousin Nails and ask for advice. No, honestly,
he's got to do it.
I probably wouldn't. No, I probably wouldn't. Seeing what other players have gone through in like the past 5 to 10 years, I probably wouldn't. I'll be honest with you.
I would do it. I think you'd have to take advantage of that. Double D, you're right in saying Mariners fans should be concerned, but I don't think Cal Raleigh is overly concerned because he's chosen to do this. Like, he has probably talked to his people. He's probably weighed the pros and cons of doing it, and knowingly very well that one of the cons would be kind of ruining his swing and going into a little bit of a lull post home run derby. But he's having a career year. His name's all over the place. Capitalize on the spotlight right now. Why not?
I mean, he is the big dumper for a reason.
He is.
2022, I'm in Hawaii. I'll make this very short. We have like a minute left. I had $500 on Julio Rodriguez. He was 11-1. And the Derby in Hawaii time starts at like 12 noon. So I'm at the hotel bar drinking fruity cocktails for 2 hours straight, getting hammered watching this Derby. He hits 32 in the first round. He then knocks out Pete Alonso, the two-time champ, in round 2. And I'm like, this is $5,500. Let's go. One more. Get to the final. He loses to Juan Soto 19-18. And I am crushed and hammered in Hawaii. And it's 1:00 in the afternoon.
That's where you just say, okay, well, I'm in Hawaii. At least it's beautiful. Money down the drain. That sucks.
Kate,
that's a bad beat right there. You were very close. Let's hope that we can do a little bit better this year with Wood. He's around that 550 range right now. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll talk WNBA. Caitlin Clark back in action. How are we going to bet her tonight? That is next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Putting a bow on the conversation we left off the last segment of Sam not losing money, but not hitting his home run derby bet drunk at 1 p.m. in the afternoon in Hawaii by one home run. And that he had Julio Rodriguez, who had 81 total home runs in that derby. That is third most on the single derby home run list, behind Vlad Guerrero Jr., 91 home runs in 2019. And then 2 years ago, Randy Arozarena, 82 in 2023. But that one, Sam, 2022, when you needed just one more, the guy still finishes with 81 homers. And you lose your bet, along with everyone else in the bar, apparently.
I'm sure Nesson Nation will appreciate this story. I have some people that are at Nesson probably watching right now going, of course, that makes sense. So, yeah, we had a very short window at the end of the last segment. I'm not going to wax poetic and make this more dramatic than it has to be, but it was July 2022. And when you're in Hawaii, it's 6 hours ahead of the East Coast. So when it's 3 o'clock in Boston or New York or wherever, it's 9 in in Hawaii. So the Derby started at 7 Eastern or 8 Eastern, and it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in Hawaii. And, it's a 2-hour event. So you start getting after it. But I basically had convinced this bar of tourists. There were not a whole bar. It's 4 people. And we're sitting around, if you go on vacation, you've been on these vacations where they have the bar at the island and it's a big circle.
That's the best part of vacation, when you make friends with everyone at the bar.
There was one guy was from Milwaukee. I think the other guy was from Denver. And it was just the boys. And I was kind of talking about Julio Rodriguez a little bit because they had the pregame or whatever the festivities are before. And somebody made the comment man, I just want to get a bet down. And I could help you. I pivoted, because the guy was talking about, I just want something to bet on. I'll be your Huckleberry. So I said, we'll bet Julio. So I got these 4 guys in Hawaii, and we're riding Julio. And again, Kate, this is an 11-1 bet. I believe Julio was a rookie that year. I'm almost positive that was his rookie season. I
thought I heard you say 5-1 or something. 11-1. Oh, that's even tougher to swallow.
I had $500 at 11-1. So I would have won $5,500.
That's nice, why I was payday, especially on the island.
It would have been, but it didn't win
because he more pina coladas with that type of cash.
Oh, I was so, because like imagine the energy with me and three strangers holding 11-1 as this rookie from Seattle breaks the first round record. What first round? Yeah, 32. So this one guy goes, he's pretty good. I was like, yeah, he is good. But here's the reality. I would have never bet him if he was, 3-1, 4-1.
Right.
I just saw the price and thought, okay, that's the bet. Julio was a rookie that year, and he finished 7th in the MVP running, and he won the Rookie of the Year. To Double D's point, he did the Derby and kind of flamed out in the second half. He only finished with 28 home runs in that season. So, look, there's a long theory about guys that show out in the Derby and then don't deliver second half. But that was one of my days in Hawaii. It was like 1, 2 o'clock. The boys start getting after it, start doing shots, and Rodriguez gets all the way to the final and then loses by 1 ball to Juan Soto, who got extra time in the final, but Rodriguez didn't. It was a great start, but it did not end well, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's rough. That's I would imagine a couple more shots were flowing after the loss as well. What's your shot of choice, Sam?
It's either tequila or Jameson.
Yeah, I'm a tequila girl.
Yeah,
tequila. Yeah,
JMO.
I would need I like a JMO and pickle. Those are great.
Yeah,
JMO shots
sure.
Just on by themselves though. I'm not. I would do it. I'm not going to necessarily turn it down. It wouldn't be my top preference. But tequila, I will go with that all day long for sure. All right, let's talk a little WNBA. We've got some drama in the W. We'll get to that in a little bit. Although when do we not have drama in the W? Let's be real. But we do have Caitlin Clark in action today. The Fever are at home. They're laying 2.5 against a Dream team that they've struggled against this year. And the Dream have been a solid team. They think they were a little undervalued coming into the season with a lot of changes, a new head coach, but they have certainly held their own against the Fever. They've won 2 of the 3 matchups, covered in both of those ones as well. And then Indy won by 5 in the second of the 3 matchups, and they were 4.5 point favorites. So Indy just barely covers there by the hook. We had Jim Turvey on earlier in the show, Sam, and he likes the Atlanta Dream on alt lines. 7.5, -7.5, he said. I'm not going to be that bold, but I do like the Dream on the money line tonight. I think they go into Indianapolis. They get a win. Caitlin Clark, in her return after missing 5-6 games with that groin injury, came back against the Valkyries. She was solid early on, but I think it's going to take a little bit longer for this team to kind of get back into the flow of things because they play at such a different pace and such a different style with her off the floor that now just transitioning to her back in the lineup, playing a ton of minutes against a very good Atlanta Dream team, I think they could struggle. So I'm going to take the Dream on the money line this afternoon. Can I interest you?
Definitely. I wonder if I should just take 2.5. Like, you like the money line more? You just think they're going to win rather than take the 2.5?
I would be fine with 2.5. I mean, money line value isn't exactly there for a money plus 105. Like, is it better than the -118 at plus 2.5? Yes, it is. But I'd be fine with you playing plus 2.5.
I get weird when I get to that 2.5 range. Like it's hard for me to pass up on like 2.5 and 3 because, if Caitlin Clark hits a shot at the buzzer to win by 1, I'm going to hate myself. I mean, like, I'm being, very dramatic with that. Usually the dogs win outright of, 2, 1.5. I mean, the odds of the game landing Indiana by 1 or 2 are very slim, but if it happens, I'd be upset. That's just all I'm going to say. Let's put it this way. I think every time the Fever play, there's relative value on the other side. And clearly the market thought this today because even when the Fever opened at -2.5, you're seeing a lot of books across the country down to 1.5. Now, MGM, to its credit, is taking Fever money. So you're 2.5 there. But a lot of these other books, like Pinnacle's down to 2, Chris is 1.5, Circa's 1.5, Superbook is 1.5, South Point is 1.5. So there have been some pushes on Atlanta. It's difficult to ignore a low number on the Fever to begin with that gets bet even lower. So yeah. I understand the respect for Atlanta. And when you see it on the screen, like Indiana didn't open 5. It opened cheap to begin with, and now it's even cheaper. So that tells me that, the Dream are probably the right side. Now, Clark comes out and scores 40, Indiana's going to win. But I think the handicap there from the people betting the 2.5 and the 2 is that the Atlanta Dream just are a better basketball team right now and have more advantages and more ways to win. And I'm not going to lie, I don't watch a lot of Atlanta Dream and Indiana Fever basketball, but that's what the market is telling us. To open Indiana 2.5 and have it come down right out of the gate is respect for Atlanta on top of the initial respect to line this thing so low to begin with.
Yeah, great points. Great points there. Can't argue at all. Caitlin Clark, her points prop today, 17.5. I have no interest in betting Caitlin Clark right now. I guess I don't really need to wait and see how she is. If she's playing, she's probably fine. But I just want her to get into a little bit more rhythm before I'm playing any overs on her points prop. Sitting around 17.5 was for last game as well. I believe earlier on in the season, it was around 18. So a little bit lower. If anything, I would look at her threes prop over 2.5. I think she's just going to continue to fire from deep, which she always does. It's kind of what's made her as famous as she is. The other game, Sam, Sun and Storm. How do you typically approach when teams play a home and away back-to-back, basically? I mean, what are we, Friday? These two teams played Wednesday? Yes, Wednesday. And the Sun upset the Storm, who were 18.5-point favorites on the road. Sun get their 3rd win of the year. I typically then look for, now that we have a home team coming off a bad loss against a bad team when they were double-digit favorites, I would typically go towards looking at the Storm. 18.5 is a lot to lay. Instead, I'm going to go with Seattle Storm's team total over. I love playing team totals in the W. 87.5. They're averaging 87 points per game at home. But then you add in how terrible this Suns defense is, the motivation factor of just losing to them. I think that the Seattle Storm try and run this one up. But are there any other angles that you take when you have a home and away series with two teams?
Look, I try not to put too much stock ever into one game, but I go with what he said. He used the term blowout, and that sort of jumped out to me from that conversation we had with him earlier in the show. And if you want to go back, you can hit rewind on the Odyssey app or check the podcast out. I'm just looking at Sun games. Like, when you hear a blowout, you naturally look at the roster and look at the schedule. So they've lost, I'm doing some quick math there, 86-68. They've lost by 18 this year. Minnesota beat them 102-63. The Aces beat them 85-59. That's 26 points. At the Valkyries, 87-63. That's 24 points. They've been torqued quite a bit this year. At the Mystics, they lose 104-67. And then you look at where this game opened. Wow, that's a big number, 16.5. And then, no, it's not. Now it's 18.5. So I guess the question is, would you be surprised if they got absolutely ran out of the gym?
No, I think that's more than likely what happens today. I mean, prior to going into the last matchup where the Sun won, they had lost their last 5 games by at least 16 points. So, they're consistently getting blown out. I guess, I'm fine laying the 18.5. Let's do it. Twist my arm.
I hate being 2 points late, but I do think, given the way this moved, it might not matter. I don't want to say might not matter. It always matters to get the best of the number. You don't want to be laying 2 points off the open more times than not, but in this spot, Seattle could probably name its score. And there's that extra urgency because this awful basketball team just beat Seattle. So there's incentive there for sure. I have one other question about the W.
Yeah.
What's going on with Angel Reese now? I see her and RG3 are going at it.
I mean, it's never ending, Sam. This is the W. You've got groups of women together. Like, we're gonna get drama. And RG3, obviously not a woman, but like he gets in the mix. He likes to. I don't know if he likes to stir up drama. It just feels like he's been a part of a lot of drama recently on the internet. In this particular instance, I don't know if I have all the specifics right or if I'm understanding this, but the way I am seeing this is that someone from Angel Reese's camp, and this is according to RG3, called him and told him that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. Fine. I mean, I think that's like something that most people have surmised themselves or come to the conclusion of, that Angel Reese isn't exactly like one of the bigger fans of Caitlin Clark, nor should she really be. Like, as a competitor, sure, you can respect their game, but like, she shouldn't be all buddy-buddy with Caitlin Clark, at least not during the regular season. But then Angel Reese comes back and is like, you're lying. Don't get on the internet and lie. No one in my camp has called you. If they called you, they're not actually in my camp. And then people are coming back and saying, well, tighten up your circle, Angel. You don't know like what people are out there saying. I don't know. The bottom line is, Sam, there is more drama in the WNBA than there is in most reality TV shows. And I am locked in on Love Island right now, season 1. I'm like 14, 15 episodes in, and it's phenomenal. But the W might provide even more drama than Love Island right now.
If I had to summarize the WNBA in one word, I think it would be that's all it is. Yes. Every time we talk WNBA, it's a fight or an argument, or she hates her or she dated her. It's just like, it's a circus sometimes.
Yes, Sam. Yes. Girls deal with things differently than men. I would prefer the guy's way of doing it, like just punch the person in the face and let's move on, right? Doesn't exactly work that way with a ton of females. All right, coming up next, we play Nickel or Dime, and then we'll wrap things up with lightning bets here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Sammy P, Kate Constable here with you on Bet Sweats as we send you into your weekend with hopefully a couple good bets on the card for you. Right now, Sam and I are both in this break have been just kind of like staring up into the abyss in our respective rooms, watching our TVs in front of us because Alcaraz, Fritz 3-1 with the tie break right now. So essentially, Amir, if I'm understanding this correctly with tennis, and we've established tennis scoring is not my specialty on this show. So Alcaraz just won, basically.
Yeah, they're playing out the tiebreak right now. So essentially, they're playing first to 7, win by 2 in this tiebreak. If Fritz wins the tiebreak, it will go to a 5th deciding set. So first person to 7, win by 2. Yeah. So if he gets to 7 first, Alcaraz, it's over. Fritz can force a final decisive set, which Fritz has already played, I think, 2 or 3 5-set matches in this tournament, which is kind of crazy given that he's one of the biggest servers. And he's played 2 6'8" guys this tournament. He's 6'5". Kind of insane.
Ooh.
Live price right now minus
Alcaraz in the tiebreak. Yes, Sam, please give us live numbers.
Yeah, just went from minus 5,000 to minus 2,500 on Alcaraz. So clearly something for Fritz is going to work out in the next 30 seconds on our TV feeds because, of course, the gambling feed is faster than the TV feed. But it just went from Alcaraz minus 5,000 to minus 2,500. So I'm guessing we're going to see something. Yeah.
An ace on the serve. Yep, yeah, 4-3.
Yep, right something happened. Yeah, something happened, Amir. I can tell just by looking at the screen. I mean, this is live gambling. This is how it works. You know, people always wonder, should I bet live? The best time to bet live is when you're at the event, not watching on TV. And this is an issue that a lot of people had live betting if they have like YouTube TV, because the feed, I mean, your television feed to begin with is slow. And then the YouTube feed is even slower than like if you're watching an actual cable box or whatever, that is even slower than traditional cable. So like what I'm watching right now in this office is probably 40 seconds behind the real action. And the live number does, here you go. Alcaraz is now minus 800 live. So in the last 2 minutes, Amir, Alcaraz has gone from minus 5,000 to minus 800.
Yeah, they just tend to swing pretty big, especially when it's in tie breaks. And Graz, typically the better server, decides it. And Fritz is the better server. It's just every other part of the game, Alcaraz is definitely better at him. So if it goes to another game, he's got a real shot to win just one set, given that he's 1-2.
Alcaraz
so it's
down
just every
to,
point's going to be a dramatic swing when it gets to a tie break.
Go ahead.
Minus 375 on Alcaraz, plus 270 on Fritz. It is moving quickly.
How low can we go? Like now I just want to bet Alcaraz. Like I'm gonna, if it gets to 300, I'm gonna lay Alcaraz. I'm sorry.
It is, the tiebreak is 5-4 now, Fritz. So if he scores here, I think that number would get to 3 on Alcaraz, Sam. If he goes up 6-4. No, we're at 250. Hit it.
Minus 2. I'm betting minus 250. I'm doing it. I'm in. I wasn't in, and now I'm in.
Whew.
Yeah.
Which, regardless of how this tiebreak ends or it goes to another set, Alcaraz, I'm positive he's gonna win.
I just laid 250. Yeah? Yep, I did it. So
you got it in time because it's back up to 370.
Right. Good.
At
Let's
the blue
go.
Book. Let's
right.
go.
I'll see you guys next. I'm going to vacation now.
Yeah,
vacation starts now. I'm gonna sweat this out right now. See, this is the issue. Wow, minus 700, minus 550. There we go.
Yep.
That's how you live bet tennis.
And you didn't even have to be there to do it.
And this is the beauty of live tennis. And honestly, when you talk about the delay, just because I've become so much of a degenerate tennis bettor in like the last year or so, I almost always watch my tennis bets in app so I can see it faster than on TV. because if you have like a certain amount on your account, you can just have it mobile, and it's so much faster than just trying to like watch a score bug or catch it on ESPN or anything. It's as close as you can get to live without being there. So that's typically what I'll do.
This is the stuff that you can't prepare for on the show. Like these are like we never would have planned. You couldn't plan that out. Like if you were going to produce this segment and say that we're going to talk about Alcaraz coming into the segment at minus 5,000 and then go all the way down to minus 250, and I'm watching it live and Kate's like, it's 800 and it's 500. And then I'm watching it in real time thinking, all right, like, I don't know if you go back and rewind, like I'm kind of like my fingers are wiggling and I'm like kind of shaking because I'm waiting for a number to hop in on. And then it gets to 250 and you're like, all right, there's no way it should be minus 250 when it was just minus 5,000. That worked out masterfully and we didn't plan any of it.
And now we're back up to minus 1,000 on Alcaraz. And Sam, you got a great number there, minus 250.
Well, it started with Amir saying he's going to win an hour ago. So you couple that with the drastic drop in price and get a good bet. Not to mention, if you were going to bet this 5 minutes before first serve, you would have had to have laid minus 500 on Alcaraz or minus 550. So you got the better player at a huge discount. So that's what went into that. Minus 2,000 now. Let's go. Let's go.
Woo. Let's go. Match point here coming up. All right. We'll probably have an interjection when Alcaraz does, in fact, close this one out. But for now, we're going to play a little nickel or dime. Double D, hit it.
It's time for Nickel or Dime. Should you spend $500 or $1,000? Open up those wallets. We give you the answers on Nickel or Dime.
All right, nickel or dime here. As Alcaraz wins, Sam, your bet comes home. What a way to start vacay. Although you're not on vacay yet. You still got about 30 more minutes. So, Amir,
great day to
lead
start.
us through.
Go ahead. Let's go.
Lead us through a little game.
We're going to get started with nickel or dime. We talked about the legendary matchup between Cooper Flagg and Bronny James opening up, but let's just talk a little bit Rookie of the Year market. The nickel on Ace Bailey or the dime on VJ Edgecombe for Rookie of the Year. Both plus 1,000. We talked about how Cooper Flagg, his primary focus isn't going to be the leading scorer of the team. Ace Bailey wanted to get a little bit more shot volume, hence why he didn't want to go to a couple of teams. And we've seen VJ Edgecombe go for round 30 already in Summer League. Obviously, he's got some talent on his team. Jared McCain was a Rookie of the Year favorite for a large chunk of the beginning of the season before being injured. What do we think?
I'm going Ace Bailey.
I like Bailey. Yeah, I think I would. Go ahead, Kate. Sorry.
No, you're good. A Rookie of the Year comes down to volume, how much you play, how much responsibility you have. I think Ace Bailey will have more runway, more time on the court than Edgecombe just because of the team he plays for. The Utah Jazz, not going to be a good basketball team next year. I think Ace Bailey will be one of the bigger pieces of that offense as well and can take the role of some of those other guards that they have. I think he's just going to be a big piece of that offense, whereas VJ Edgecombe, a ton of upside. He's a phenomenal player, but the team that he's playing for, you have Joel Embiid, who, if he's healthy, he's the focal point of that offense. You have Paul George right now. You have Jared McCain that you just mentioned. You have so many other players that can do a lot of the scoring load where Edgecombe won't necessarily be asked to do as much. And so I think just the stats, the numbers are going to be better for Ace Bailey. And for Rookie of the Year, it doesn't really matter how successful your team is. We saw last season with the Spurs, Stephon Castle won Rookie of the Year. Spurs didn't make the playoffs. Team success doesn't exactly matter for this award. So I like Ace Bailey, Sam.
In a vacuum, I would go Bailey over Edgecombe, But I think the bigger conversation is how much are you willing to lose on this market, because it's probably going to be Cooper Flag. So do I want to lose 500 or lose 1,000? I'd rather lose 500. At the end of the day, it's probably going to be Cooper Flag. So I'll put the nickel on Bailey and fully expect to lose, Amir, because it's probably going to be Flag.
All right. Moving on to number 2. We talked about the passing yards leaderboard for the 2025 season. The nickel on Jared Goff or the dime on Baker Mayfield. Odds identical on the two of them. What do we think?
Baker.
I'll tell you. Baker. They both have new offensive coordinators, right? But the Bucs are kind of stacked offensively. Like, they have a lot of really good receivers. You just added Emeka Egbuka, who, from what I've heard, I was listening to the radio yesterday, and one of the Tampa Bay Times reporters came on, and they're like, they are so impressed with what Egbuka has been able to do already, and just the maturity he's shown. He's a true professional, so they're very excited about him. You add him to that receiving core, and then, I mean, Baker had a phenomenal year last year, second, I want to say, in yards per on the season. Sam, he's at least top 3 in attempts, yards on the season, completion percentage. I think that continues this season. I like the Bucs, and I like Baker there.
I just really think Baker has matured into the guy he was always supposed to be in the NFL. And this is not his first rodeo. I think he was humbled a lot early in his career. That experience that he had when he went to Los Angeles and got to play under McVay, I think that opened up his eyes a lot, because he was with some bad teams, right? Cleveland, Carolina, bad culture, bad coaching. I think he left Los Angeles with this reinvigoration. And this is several years ago, of course. But he's been a different player. And now he gets to play under a guy that's probably going to put him in a good spot again. I know he loses Liam Cohen, but he's grown a lot decision-wise. He takes care of the football. And I really don't know about Goff. Goff has always had to have everything perfect. He needs to have a good line. He needs to have a good play call. He needs to have weapons. Goff needs
to be indoors.
Yeah, needs to play inside. It can't be cold. My hands are little. It's always something with that guy. So I'm going to go Baker.
All right. Looks like we got time for one or two more. We're going to skip on to the home run derby now. The nickel on James Wood or the dime on Brent Rooker. Kate, you can substitute for Jazz Chisholm since you said you liked him a little bit more. But the dime is definitely going on James Wood. The nickel on James Wood. The dime on your underdog of choice.
Chisholm. Bigger number. I like it. That's all I got.
I'm going
Jazz Chisholm.
No, I'm going Wood.
Going Wood?
You like Chisholm more than Rooker, huh? So that's going to be our longer shot?
Yes. I'm kind of
okay.
It's a coin flip. I could take either, but I've committed to Chisholm, and I think we got to stick with that, Sam. I can't be flip-flopping. As the long shot. I do like Wood as the winner, but a longer shot, I'll take Chisholm.
For this conversation, I'm going to put the nickel on Wood. I like Wood. He's my pick to win it, so I'm just going to stick with that. But I will handle this in lightning bets. I'm going to make 2 bets.
Okay.
And I think we're going to have – see, I came into the show saying I'm not going to bet baseball, but the Derby's different. That's not baseball, right? That's different.
Yeah, that is
Friday.
That is different.
Home Run Derby, not baseball. Breaking news on Bet Sweats. Give me the nickel on James Wood.
All right. And we do have one more left. We talked about the state of the WNBA. Would you rather put the nickel on the New York Liberty to win it all at plus 145 or the dime on the Minnesota Lynx at plus 190?
Give me the Lynx. Minnesota. The Lynx are the most complete team in the league to me right now. I love the Lynx. And they've got a chip on their shoulder losing last year, a game they easily could have won. It came down to the wire. I like Minnesota to get the job done this year. Plus better price.
Homer!
Yeah. Yes, Sam, I am.
Homer!
I am. I am. I also like the Timberwolves to win Summer League.
Oh, all right. And I like Djokovic to win this match. Let's go. Amir, we're in, baby. We got some extra money to play with, too.
We've got Djokovic coming up in just a couple minutes, and we've got some money on him. We'll tell you where else we're putting our money on the other side as we wrap things up here on Lightning Bets with wrap things up here on Bet Sweats with Lightning Bets. Whew! Show's almost over, Sam. We've almost made it. We'll be back. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Wrapping things up here with our lightning bets on the BetMGM network. This is Bet Sweats. Sammy P, Kate Constable here. Sam, 15 minutes stands between you and a week off. How's it feeling?
Feels good. I love work, but I also love not working. So it's nice.
Well, with the football season coming up, like that's a grind. So it's going to be nice for you to have a little break, a little week off to breathe before. I mean, once you're back, it's kind of jumping into things until what, February, March?
Oh man,
I suppose maybe even a little bit after with March Madness and everything.
It's a real, in more ways than one, grind, because when the football season starts, Joe and I are going 6 days a week. We do the Sunday shows too, so it's a lot on top of the betting grind, on top of the emotional grind, on top of the nice pick, bitch. Like when you miss something, like
social media grind.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. It's endless, but it is what it is. There's not a lot of downtime during football season, but
no, there is not.
Certainly not going to complain about doing this for a living. I'm excited though. Montreal. I hear it's a nice city. I will find out. I will report back.
Yeah, I've heard great things about it. Have you ever been to any other, what do we call them, Canadian provinces? Is that the term?
Province, I believe. I've been to Windsor more times than I'm willing to admit. Because you could gamble there at 18 in Windsor. So I may have made some treks back in the day. 18, 19, 20. It's right across from Detroit. So you can get there very easily. Never did Toronto. Never did Vancouver. They're on my list. Not a big Canada guy, though. Gonna be honest with you.
Vancouver,
but Montreal seems to be
is awesome.
Lovely.
But
yeah,
you're going totally cross country to go to Vancouver.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a 5-hour drive from Boston to Montreal. So
that's not bad.
See what happens.
Do you guys have any plans while you're there? Or you just kind of winging it and flying by the seat of your pants?
Yeah, that's how I roll. Just winging it. Found some nice recs on restaurants and bars and all that. And of course, there's like an old Montreal, and there's a lot of culture there, or so I'm told. And there's a lot of French speaking there, which is great because I studied Spanish in high school and college.
So that's not going to be of use to you over this next week. No, not at all.
No, it's not.
Which is fine. All right. Alcaraz just beat Taylor Fritz in one of the semis, and we have Sinner and Djokovic coming up here. Should be, serving off. What did we call it?
First serve.
Off? First serve should be coming up here in about half hour or so. So I think we all have a bet on that match. And so, Sam, to kick us off with lightning bets, the floor is yours.
Give me James Wood to win the home run derby. Best price out there is 6-1, plus 600. I love his frame, his size. I think he's durable enough, and I don't think stamina is going to be a problem. This is a guy who's 6'7", 240 pounds. I don't think it's going to hit him like it hits other guys. And most importantly, he's got a decent payout. I don't usually like betting the favorites. I try and take that middle shot. I do like long shots from time to time, and I know you're on one of the long shots, so I'm not going to steal your thunder there. But I'm going to go James Wood at 6-1. And then we've talked about this bet all week, and I don't know why I haven't made it a lightning bet. Carson Beck to win the Heisman. There's a 37-1 out there. 37-1. Now, the market is mostly 20-25. BetMGM has the best of the rest prices at 25-1. But there's a 37-1. And we've had several guests on who have been higher on the potential for Beck, who, remember, was one of the favorites last year. And now he's 37-1 in a better offensive system at Miami, a free-flowing, quarterback-friendly system. He's going to throw the ball a lot, and the talent is there. The skill, the speed is there. So he was 8-1 last summer. Now he's 37-1. I disagree. And if they beat Notre Dame week 1, what does that price go to? So I'm going to put that Beck bet in my pocket right now at 37-1. I don't think it's going to last throughout the weekend.
I'm not a Carson Beck backer, Sam, but the argument for the price you make, that is where it's intriguing and where it makes sense. I'm going to go Wood as my home run derby, one of my bets. I'm also going to sprinkle a little Chisholm as my long shot in the derby on Monday night. As a show, we do have Djokovic winning against Sinner coming up here. So that's another one that I like. And then over in the W, I'm going to take the Atlanta Dream. And I'm going to take them just plus 2.5. We talked about that versus on the money line. I like your reasoning for that, Sam. Avoid any buzzer beater or anything there that might ruin a money line bet on Atlanta. I will take them plus 2.5. And then I'm going to play the Seattle Storm, their team total over 87.5. I think they score well into the 90s today against a Sun team that is not only just god awful, but a Sun team that beat the Storm 2 nights ago. So those are my, 4 or 5 bets for today and over the weekend. Double D, what do you got?
Air of caution here. I know this isn't, I'm probably going to catch a lot of stuff from my guys on Bet for the Cycle for this, but I don't care. I don't. I'm going to skip the games on Friday and Saturday between the Cubs and the Yankees, but Will Warren is pitching for the Yankees on Sunday. I am taking a PCA home run prop with that short porch in the Bronx on Sunday.
Let's go.
Rondon and Fried are going today and tomorrow, so that's why if you want to play all 3 days, go ahead. I don't think they can pitch all 9 innings. They probably won't. So if you want to do it all 3 days and have cash 2 out of 3, feel free. But cautionary, I don't like them today or tomorrow. I love it on Sunday.
All right. I like it. Amir, anything on your end? Amir, you are muted.
Oh, the take was
now
so
I'm
hot.
here. Now I'm here.
There we go.
The show bet for Djokovic is still live as they're about to get started. But I have another tennis bet on the women's side. The women's final at Wimbledon is going to be tomorrow. Give me Amanda Anisimova to upset Swiatek plus 190. Neither one of them have ever won a grass tournament on the WTA Tour. Anisimova just knocked off the world number 1 Sabalenka, and she just went to her first career WTA grass final last month. So she's running hot on grass. She hits the ball hard. She has more of a speed game. So give me that one to wrap up.
For those looking for some action tonight, Alex Smith comes on our show quite a bit. Very strong handicapper. He has a women's boxing bet that he just texted me. He's very good at this stuff. Very good at boxing and UFC. Amanda Serrano to win by decision against Katie Taylor, minus 110. Alex just passed that one along. That's tonight, women's boxing. And he's putting a pizza bet or a beer bet on Serrano knockout plus 550. But mostly Serrano to win by decision, minus 110. So if you want some action tonight on the women's boxing match, Kate, there you go.
Wow, that's right up my alley. I'm going to be locked in on that all night. Give me a shot of tequila and some women's boxing.
The sarcasm is just dripping. The sarcasm is dripping through the screen. That's why it's so funny.
It is sarcasm. I will not be. I'm going to dinner with the girls tonight. It's ladies' night, Friday night. We're going to dinner. Mom's night out for a lot of people. And boxing will not be in my future. But, I mean, I could always place the bet, forget about it, and pay for my dinner with what Alex Smith has brought to the table for us. Maybe that's the path I take, Sam.
You do bring up a very good point. Girl dinner would never be interrupted by somebody streaming a boxing match or a baseball game. Boy dinner, we're huddled around each other watching the same phone.
I will.
That's boy dinner.
If it were the NFL season or if this were the NBA finals or something, I would find a way to stream it. I would have my phone out. a random Friday in July where boxing is what's catching everyone's attention, yeah, you will not be catching anyone streaming there. Guys, on the other hand, yeah, they probably guys wouldn't even have a guy's dinner to begin with. Like, how many dinners do you plan with your guy friend Sam, where like 6 to 8 guys got to dinner on a Friday night? Like, that probably is not happening much in your world. You guys go to the bar for drinks.
Yeah. Guys happy hour that turns into us ordering wings or pizza because guys are stupid savages. But if you need to watch a college football game at a wedding, go find a guy. He'll have it on. He'll find a way to stream it from the pew. You know, guys are relentless.
Oh yeah. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. All right, a couple minutes left. Jim Turvey was on the show earlier today. He gave out Natasha Howard points and rebounds over in the Dream and Fever game. And then Tina Charles points under. She plays for the Sun. He liked her unders this afternoon as well. And Jim Turvey does great work over at the Action Network. He is a very smart WNBA bettor. So a couple looks there. Sam, are y'all packed up and ready for the trip? You guys heading out this afternoon or tomorrow?
No, I'll take off tomorrow, like 10 o'clock, 5-hour drive, easy peasy. I made sure, though, I already put my passport in my pants pocket, so that will not be an issue.
Smart.
I have had some friends.
Makes me feel like that's been an issue for you in the past?
No, I had a friend who drove to Canada once, many, many years ago. He got all the way from Chicago to the border and realized that he didn't have his passport. So
that's brutal.
Passport has been located and accounted for, so we'll have no issues there. Just hope I don't lose it in Montreal, because I got to find a safe in the hotel.
Yeah, I think losing it in Montreal would be worse than forgetting it going to the border. Because how are you getting back in? $1 million question. All right, that's going to do it for us here on Bet Sweats. Sam is out all next week. I am in with Chris Mack. Thank you all for joining us. Thanks to Jim Turvey for Double D. Amir Gertch, he is Sammy P. I am Kate Constable. This has been Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.